1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Somebody tell me if you can hear my microphone. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Not far away now, guys and girls. One, two. Can you hear me out there? I've got it in my ear, which is a bit annoying. I'm supposed to know how to get rid of that. Do I sing that? So 1, 2, 1, 2. No, that's not it. So 1, 2. No. 1, 2. I'm sorry about that whistling as well. That's something to do with this USB audio interface. At the moment, my audio is half a second behind me, which is very confusing in my ear. I've got a tech support site somewhere. Not far away. Thanks for your patience. If you look at the program today that we've published on Twitter and on our website, voice is hard, this in my ear, I can take that out. You'll see that we've got one session in twice, actually. That's because I wrote it at 7 o'clock this morning. We only put this together this morning at 7 o'clock. It's been a mad weekend with a lot of technical issues. I hope it looks and sounds okay out there. Our cardboard Coventry Cathedral, hopefully get going very soon. So we've actually gained half an hour, so I need to work out what to do with that. And I might just put that to start that half an hour, which means I've got to start in 2 minutes. Oh my goodness. I want to get this audio thing fixed. I've got some tech support on Facebook. I'm going to see if they can help me sort this. When you see this system, you'll realise I've actually got 25 audio channels in front of me, each of which can go to one of 8 audio buses, and I've got to map it to a bus that's got, oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. What I'll do in a minute is I'll actually find a video just to run through, just to set the scene. We're all born artists. The problem is to remain an artist as we grow up. That was Pablo Picasso. And I think we've got to help our kids, all our kids, aim high in life. Not just high, but higher than high. We've got to help our kids find their passion, their art. So I'm Nick Corsten. I'm just a dad. I'm co-founder of STEAMco. One day maybe I'll be the CEO, I don't know.
So STEAMco is a non-profit community enterprise that helps connect our kids with their art and our communities with their schools by running creativity days. And we want to get the whole community involved. We want people who've had kids, not had kids, got kids, whatever, to come and work with us to help us run these days.
It's magic! It's magical!
What inspired me? Well, I saw a talk by Sir Ken Robinson. I read half a book called What's the Point of School? On what we should be teaching our kids. And I went to Camp Vestal, which is really a Glastonbury for kids. And I thought, I want this in my kids' school. I've got a lovely little film my dad gave me of me when I was 1 and him with my first ever train set. And I show that to kids in schools all over the country. And how my dad gave me the greatest gift. He gave me my art. Because art is what we call it when what we do might connect us to somebody else. So art could be painting, it could be photography, it could be cooking, it could be coding, it could be dancing, it could be design, it could be DJing, it could be robots, it could be rockets. The fun, the excitement that we have making and firing rockets in schools is to be seen, to be believed.
This is the best show of my life.
This truck contains everything you need to run a creativity festival in a primary school. 30 coding kits with the BBC Microbit. We've got rocket making kits. We do cardboard challenge. We can do the outdrop. We've got a t-shirt printing machine so we can print I Love Art t-shirts. So the kids design their own logo, take a selfie. We've had thousands of posters of those done. That's with JR, French street artist JR. So we've got communities all over the country designing I Love Art logos, taking photos, and we sent them off to JR and he's printed 1,000 of these off for us, which we fly posting all over the country. So in lockdown, we got an Arts Council grant and we built a green screen TV studio. We've been live streaming events all summer. We did a 3-day Glastonbury event where we built a half-sized pyramid stage from cardboard and code and ran 3-day events. We had Martin and Gary Kemp. We had Glenn Matlock from the Sex Pistols on stage alongside community artists, dads and their kids. And we had a young lad from Leeds called Lenny who played his piano on stage, all virtual. And that's what we want to do. Lockdown's not going to lift in a hurry. And we're running festivals from a spare bedroom here in Paddington. But we need people involved. We want people to collaborate for creativity.
For me, collaboration is everything.
Elton John gave me the greatest gift. Actually, he made a film, I don't know if you saw it, with John Lewis, where basically he tells the story of how he was given a piano as a kid and worked hard and made literally $1 million. I saw that film, ripped it off, put our own subtitles on it, and Elton John retweeted it. It had 50,000 views in an hour, and I went on a 2-week UK tour from Cornwall all the way to Carlisle, showing that film, showing my train set film, talking to kids about art and creativity, letting off rockets, and inspiring schools across the country in our 12 days of Creative Christmas tour.
You've inspired one little boy in particular, a very quiet boy, and as that rocket shot into the air, we heard the words blast off come out of his mouth.
Innovation, technology, and dreams rocketing up to the sky.
The state education system, we have a lot of people feel it's been narrowed and narrowed and narrowed, focusing on teaching and testing of highly academic subjects, which are important, which are right for some kids, but it's not for everybody. And some kids come out of the education system literally broken. 9 out of 10 schools in Britain have reported cutting the arts in some way or another, which is a real tragedy. And we're going to lose that cutting edge creativity that made Britain so famous. Creativity is Great Britain after all. The ideal future for me would be a whole load of these trucks on the road with passionate, enthusiastic, committed, creative people, helping connect kids with their art and communities with their schools all the way across the UK. As Albert Einstein said, imagination can take us anywhere.
I would like to have STEAM Co day in my classroom because we get to learn about what's inside stuff and things. I like science because you get to make stuff. You can describe people who do stuff, what's amazing.
people who do stuff what's amazing. I could do with somebody who could do stuff that's amazing, and that's turn my voice off in my ears. It's killing me. I'm struggling to connect with Professor Heppel and Isla, so I'm going to try and work on that. I don't know. So what I'm going to do is just show you what we got up to last summer, just after lockdown was cancelled. 10 years ago, we went to Camp Bessville for the first time and just had a wonderful time. I thought, how can we bring this creativity back to our kids' school? And we started STEAMCO, running mini creativity festivals in schools. This summer in lockdown, we've done a Parliament launch event. We did 3-day pop-up virtual events at Eden Project. We did Your Glasgow, where we built a cardboard pyramid stage in a school playing field just down the road from Glastonbury. And we thought, how can we beat that? Well, here we are at the School of Art and Wellbeing in Devon. When we would otherwise have been at Camp Bessville, which was obviously cancelled, we've had a fantastic team of people pull together a weekend event, #ArtCamp20. We had a range of creative activities for families to get involved with, not just here, but live streamed onto the internet. We had an eclectic art trail in a meadow out front where we literally mowed a path through the grass and filled it with art of people that we knew, people we reached out to, and also people in the local community as well. Our lighting designer created the most incredible night trail that was just mind-blowing. And we've had just a fantastic time with performances, with talks, with community engagement activities and creative workshops. The kids built a castle because, inspired by Camp Bessville again, inspired by the venue, the setting, Lulworth Castle, we decided to set out to build castles in the sky. A phrase that so typically implies not being really supposed to be thinking or aiming above your station, to inspire kids to not just aim high, but higher than high, and to aim as high as those castles in the sky. We built a cardboard castle. We built several. And at the end of the day, we realised it's all about connection. It's about community. It's about people. And it's people that have made this event possible here at ArtCamp20. And we want to roll this out across the UK now. For the rest of the summer, we want to run events like this. And we reach out to partners who've helped us in the past, people like Barclays, people like Google, people like CassArt, to help us again deliver these events, deliver these activities for people not only here, but elsewhere across the internet and across the world. Thanks for listening. If you'll support us as a patron or a patron by being a part of what we're doing with your art, do get in touch now. Wow. I tell you what, we are cooking on gas now, I can tell you. We've got some new tech. We're doing a festival at the end of February called the #Coventry21 Festival. Basically, we've got this amazing new tech. Check this out. So I can zoom in and out. So like I'm in some sort of space age studio. It's all a bit 90s IKEA though, isn't it? Can we sort all this rubbish furniture out? We're going to be collaborating with loads of schools in Coventry and all over the country, particularly this one over here. This is Joseph Cash Primary, who we went to see the other day, and had a fantastic time with them. I went in to see them and did a live streamed assembly. What we're offering these assemblies to absolutely everybody all over the country who wants one. So anybody who wants one of these live streamed assemblies can have one in the next few weeks. We're doing 21 of them, 30 minutes live streamed from here to your school community. And as you can see over here, if I flip forward here, you'll actually see in the screen over there, we can actually do a massive cardboard rocket launch in your school playground. Let me show you how that looks. Look at that. And the head teacher could not believe her eyes. It'll hopefully be like the Your Glasgow Festival that we ran on a school playing field down in Glastonbury with a weekend of performances and all sorts of things. Now, the really cool thing here is that we're going to be able to let you be part of this wherever you are in the country. As long as you've got a screen with a camera and an internet connection, you can video connect in and do performances, play musical instruments, run a workshop, do a talk, whether you're a child or an adult or a young person, whatever. And we're going to be able to connect you in and mix you in. And we can have more than one of you. So 3 or 4 of you could all do a story, just like this. Hello. So do you mean we could all appear? Wow. And we could even do little stories together wherever we are. Maybe with our favorite books like this. This is one of my favorites, Look Up. And I could tell them about my favorite book, Rocket Boys, and get some of my rockets going. We want you to read, to play, to perform, to be part of the hashtag Inspire a Nation 21 year. So be part of it with your art. Card. It's Fun Day Friday and we are buzzing like a fridge. What a fantastic day. Had a morning with Flora Cooper down there at Crowmarsh Gifford down in Oxford. And then this afternoon at 2 o'clock with Louise Coleman at Stoke Heath Primary up in Coventry. It was fantastic, launching 50-metre high cardboard rockets on the school playground. It was incredible. We only got a message from her at 6:30 this morning after an introduction from Helen Nelson, who runs Cash Primary, because we are getting together for hashtag Coventry 21, the 3-day festival of family creativity to inspire our kids, to connect young people with their futures and to get us all working together as a community. It's going to be amazing. Friday, we've got a whole school day of activities. Saturday's family day, we've got DJs, we've got party. And Sunday is going to be the Evolve Ed 21 conference to look at what school could be like. So we want you to be part of it. We've got some incredible tech that allows 1, 2, 3, or even 4 people to do a performance, a recital, or to play a piece of music from their homes using our tech, and we can zap them into the screen. We're going to live stream from a cardboard model of the amazing Coventry cathedrals. It's just going to be wonderful. So check it out. Be sure to get a copy of our brochure and send it all to your families and to your communities. Hashtag Coventry 21. Be a part of it with your art. So basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to do an art show through the grounds just for local residents on a timed basis, COVID secure, 2 meters. If people want to put art in that, go to the website and nominate your stuff for that. Download this flyer. We're going to build a massive stage. We're going to have bands, we're going to have performances. The first band that we are announcing today is this incredible band here called City Lights. They're a band from Birmingham. They say a little bit like the Specials, a bit like the Arctic Monkeys. You've heard of them, Chris, have you?
They're another Sheffield band.
Which, oh, the Arctic Monkeys. Well, let's see if we can get them up as well then. So basically, this is the song that we're going to be singing. This is the anthem of the festival, I'm a Rock Star. People used to call me a legend. I didn't realise they're actually calling me a legend. Is that right? Or is
It's a nice Yorkshire phrase, being a legend.
So your brief, should you choose to accept it, Mr. Dyson, is to basically get your boys and girls, get all the community to learn the words to this song, so that when we come back, because I've heard you guys singing in this school, get everybody singing. This is one of the songs you want to be singing. How do you fancy that? Do you reckon you can get them to learn the chorus?
Why not?
Why not?
When there was never any doubt, was never chasing clout, I wasn't even chasing any status. If you know you won't have to rate us, cause I'll always be a rock star, even if I never get famous. They said you ever get a job, it will be dead end. They didn't know that I would grow to be a legend. I'm a rock star. Ooh. I'm a rock star. They said you ever get a job, it will be dead end. They didn't know that I would grow to be a legend. I'm a rock star. Ooh, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Ooh, I'm a rock star.
You know, Parklands is an extraordinary example in terms of the work that the school is doing within the community, you know, the work that Chris Dyson has done.
Well, as you said, I'm Chris Dyson. I'm head teacher at a school up in the most deprived area of Leeds, Parklands. I inherited the school 3 years ago that had 150 exclusions, 5 head teachers in the same year, 5 different behaviour policies. Exclusions was the easy option, and it wasn't the best place to actually be. The school was inadequate, but the same team that have worked together have seen now we have no exclusions whatsoever in school, and we've actually started taking excluded children from other schools to bring them into our environment.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about behaviour, especially this week with the Lose the Boobies event. Well, we've got to be respecting everyone's different ways of doing things. I mean, for myself, I love Paul Dix, and I think this is one of the best books that I personally have ever read. But I think behaviour can be encouraged by inspiration, you know, by getting the children to do exciting, innovative things through the curriculum, through the arts, through collaboration. So the key to the outstanding behaviour we've got here at Parklands is empathy. It's love, it's giving opportunities, it's believing in the children and giving them those opportunities to excel at things and to take a risk, you know.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flood, gonna drown a mind. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me.
And it shows that you believe in the people, you believe in these teachers, you believe in these kids, absolutely anything is possible.
Sorry about the delay starting. We've got a couple of problems with the video calling system for some reason. It's the only bit that's supposed to be really, really reliable. So we're just going to run a few videos. Everybody's standing by. I've got some tech support looking at it, so we'll get back to you very soon. Sorry about this. Thanks for your patience. Going to have another coffee. It's all going to be online. It's all going to be saved. We just trying to keep it chilled, really.
I'm Riley and I'm 11 years old. I live in Seacroft, which is a part of Leeds, and I go to Parklands Primary School.
Seacroft itself's got a high proportion of unemployment, it's got high levels of crime. We are one of the most deprived primary schools in Leeds and in the country. Education standards in Seacroft up to 4 years ago was exceptionally low.
I didn't really enjoy school because I didn't get anything and I always had to ask someone to help me. It was really frustrating. I just felt like I didn't want to do it anymore.
I've had the pleasure of teaching Riley for 2 years now. I think that he was struggling because he just wasn't really interested. He was quite shy, so he didn't tend to put his hand up. He wouldn't like to put himself out there. So we were searching for an intervention to help, and we found Times Table Rockstars.
I came up with the idea of Rockstars about 9 years ago in my classroom because I had a group of 30 Year 7s and they didn't know the times tables, and that was hindering them making progress in maths. When Shine came in, it gave me that opportunity to go beyond the perimeter of my school into many others.
I've got to say, I don't like doing this, but I'm actually going to have to reboot the system and just start from scratch. It's not, hopefully I can just shut it down and it will come back. Sometimes I have to reconfigure a few things. So there is going to be an outage. So I'm going to pop a message up on the system here. I've got a few people watching. That's nice. Nobody's actually said hello. So I don't know if they're all our competitors, if there is such a thing. I don't know, whatever. So okay, back soon, rebooting the system. And the time is 10:51. So I'm hoping have I got my audio on? You should be able to hear that. Let's have a look. No, I've got my mic muted, haven't I? Right, yeah. No, it's not. You should be able to hear me. Should be able to hear me speaking, saying this. So I'm just going to shut down the system and I will be back to you fairly soon, back from our cardboard Coventry Cathedral. Bye-bye, see you in a minute. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, that's me down here. Bye-bye, see you in a minute. Reboot.
We're all born artists. The problem We're all born artists. The problem is to remain an artist as we grow up. That was Pablo Picasso. And I think we've got to help our kids, all our kids, aim high in life. Not just high, but higher than high. We've got to help our kids find their passion, their art. So I'm Nick Corsten. I'm just a dad. I'm co-founder of STEAMco. One day maybe I'll be the CEO, I don't know. So STEAMco is a non-profit community enterprise that helps connect our kids with their art and our communities with their schools by running creativity days. And we want to get the whole community involved. We want people who've had kids, not had kids, got kids, whatever, to come and work with us to help us run these days.
It's magic. It's magical.
What inspired me? Well, I saw a talk by Sir Ken Robinson. I read half a book called What's the Point of School? On what we should be teaching our kids. And I went to Camp Bestival, which is really a Glastonbury for kids. And I thought, I want this in my kids' school. I've got a lovely little film my dad gave me of me when I was 1 and him with my first ever train set. And I show that to kids in schools all over the country. And how my dad gave me the greatest gift. He gave me my art.
1, 2,
Because
1, 2.
art is what we call it when what we do might connect us to somebody else. So art could be painting, it could be photography, it could be cooking, it could be coding, it could be dancing, it could be design, it could be DJing, it could be robots, it could be rockets. The fun, the excitement that we have making and firing rockets in schools is to be seen, to be believed.
This is the best day of my life.
This truck contains everything you need to run a creativity festival in a primary school. 30 coding kits with the BBC Microbit. We've got rocket making kits. We do cardboard challenge. We can do the egg drop. We've got t-shirt printing machines so we can print I Love Art t-shirts. So the kids design their own logo, take a selfie. We've had thousands of posters of those done. That's with JR, French street artist JR. So we've got communities all over the country designing I Love Art logos, taking photos, and we sent them off to JR, and he's printed 1,000 of these off for us, which we're fly posting all over the country. So in lockdown, we got an Arts Council grant and we built a green screen TV studio. We've been live streaming events all summer. We did a 3-day Glastonbury event where we built a half-sized pyramid stage from cardboard and code and ran 3-day events. We had Martin and Gary Kemp. We had Glenn Matlock from the Sex Pistols on stage alongside community artists, dads and their kids. And we had a young lad from Leeds called Lenny who played his piano on stage, all virtual. And that's what we want to do. Lockdown's not going to lift in a hurry. And we're running festivals from a spare bedroom here in Paddington. But we need people involved. We want people to collaborate for creativity.
I think they're doing fantastic work at STEAMco.
For me, collaboration is everything.
Elton John gave me the greatest gift. Actually, he made a film, I don't know if you saw it, with John Lewis, where basically he tells the story of how he was given a piano as a kid and worked hard and made literally $1 million. I saw that film, ripped it off, put our own subtitles on it, and Elton John retweeted it. It had 50,000 views in an hour, and I went on a 2-week UK tour from Cornwall all the way to Carlisle, showing that film, showing my train set film, talking to kids about art and creativity, letting off rockets, and inspiring schools across the country in our 12 days of Creative Christmas tour.
You've inspired one little boy in particular, a very quiet boy, and as that rocket shot into the air, we heard the words blast off come out of his mouth.
Innovation, technology, and dreams rocketing up to the sky.
The state education system, we have a lot of people feel it's been narrowed and narrowed and narrowed, focusing on teaching and testing of highly academic subjects, which are important, which are right for some kids, but it's not for everybody. And some kids come out of the education system literally broken. 9 out of 10 schools in Britain have reported cutting the arts in some way or another, which is a real tragedy. And we're going to lose that cutting edge creativity that made Britain so famous. Creativity is Great Britain after all. The ideal future for me would be a whole load of these trucks on the road with passionate, enthusiastic, committed, creative people, helping connect kids with their art and communities with their schools all the way across the UK. As Albert Einstein said, imagination can take us anywhere.
I would like to have STEAM code day in my classroom because we get to learn about what's inside stuff and things.
I like science because you get to make stuff. You can describe people who do stuff.
Ten years ago, we went to Camp Bestville for the first time and just had a wonderful time. I thought, how can we bring this creativity back to our kids' school? And we started STEAMCO, running mini creativity festivals in schools. This summer in lockdown, we've done a Parliament launch event. We did 3-day pop-up virtual events at Eden Project. We did Your Glasgow, where we built a cardboard pyramid stage in a school playing field just down the road from Glastonbury. And we thought, how can we beat that? Well, here we are at the School of Art and Wellbeing in Devon. When we would otherwise have been at Camp Bestville, which was obviously cancelled, we've had a fantastic team of people pull together a weekend event, #ArtCamp20. We had a range of creative activities for families to get involved with, not just here, but live streamed onto the internet. We had an eclectic art trail in the meadow out front where we literally mowed a path through the grass and filled it with art of people that we knew, people we reached out to, and also people in the local community as well. Our lighting designer created the most incredible night trail that was just mind-blowing. And we've had just a fantastic time with performances, with talks, with community engagement activities and creative workshops. The kids built a castle because inspired by Camp Bestville again, inspired by the venue, the setting, Lulworth Castle, we decided to set out to build castles in the sky. A phrase that so typically implies not being really supposed to be thinking or aiming above your station, to inspire kids to not just aim high, but higher than high, and to aim as high as those castles in the sky. We built a cardboard castle. We built several. And at the end of the day, we realised it's all about connection, it's about community, it's about people. And there's people that have made this event possible here at ArtCamp20. And we want to roll this out across the UK now. For the rest of the summer, we want to run events like this. And we reach out to partners who've helped us in the past, people like Barclays, people like Google, people like Tassart, to help us again deliver these events, deliver these activities for people not only here, but elsewhere across the internet and across the world.
Okay, everybody, really sorry about the delay here. We've got some tech on this. We're just trying to get the video call sorted out. So please stand by, everybody. It won't be long.
I am now going to cut back live to Parklands Primary, there in Leeds, where they've got the rocket ready. Who would like to see that 200-foot high cardboard rocket launched in the sky? Who'd like to see that? Anybody there in Miss Cooper's class? Anybody? Hands up. You don't want to see the rocket go? Hands up if you want to see the rocket go. Well, nobody, Miss Cooper. Oh, phew, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Tolson, hands up. Would you like to see the rocket launch?
Oh, yes.
You
Sorry.
would.
Of course.
Let's get Mr. Tolson up full screen. So Mr. Tolson wants to see it. Fantastic. Mr. Tolson wants to see it. Anybody else? Let's have a look in. We can't waste it, you see, because they're very expensive, these rockets. Anybody in Mr. Bransell's class? Looks like we've got some hands up there as well. Fantastic. Let's get you up full screen. Are we ready to launch this rocket then? I want all those microphones off mute, please, because I want you all to help with the countdown in a moment. And when this rocket takes off, I want you all to make a wish about what you are going to do with your art, with that time, with those stories, and how high you're going to aim in life. Academy St James, you're so lucky because you've got an amazing school, great teachers, your community works together. You're led by a fantastic man, Mr. Tolson. Thank you all so much. We're going to cut now live to Parklands Primary, and we're going to launch this rocket. Hold tight, everybody. Have a great Christmas. It's been lovely to see you.
30 seconds and counting.
30-second countdown. Stand by.
Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour.
Let's have a big round of applause, everybody. Cheers. Woo. Fantastic.
Plus 30 seconds.
This is for all of you at Academy St James, for your parents, your community, your teachers, everybody there. Don't forget the three greatest gifts is Christmas. Your time to spend with your children, time to spend with your parents and carers, time to spend with those you love. There's no excuse, it costs no money. We're busy, we're stressed, but find that time. Tell stories, read books, read. And find your art. Find something that you can make some money with, something that you can make friends with, something you can make the world a better place with. It's been fantastic to see you all today. I don't know if you've got any final words there, Mr. Tolson.
Yeah, just two things. Thank you, Nick, for joining us this morning. We've never done a live stream before, so it's been great, and we'll definitely do another one. Thank you very much for supporting us and giving us lots of something to think about. And also, it links in really well with some of the things we've been talking about in class anyway.
It's Fun Day Friday and we are buzzing like a fridge. What a fantastic day. Had a morning with Flora Cooper down there at Crowmarsh Gifford down in Oxford. And then this afternoon at 2 o'clock with Louise Coleman at Stoke Heath Primary up in Coventry. It was fantastic, launching 50-metre high cardboard rockets on the school playground. It was incredible. We only got a message from her at 6:30 this morning after an introduction from Helen Nelson, who runs Cash Primary, because we are getting together for hashtag Coventry 21, the 3-day festival of family creativity to inspire our kids, to connect young people with their futures and to get us all working together as a community. It's going to be amazing. Friday, we've got a whole school day of activities. Saturday's family day. We've got DJs, we've got party. And Sunday is going to be the Evolve Ed 21 conference to look at what school could be like. So we want you to be part of it. We've got some incredible tech that allows 1, 2, 3, or even 4 people to do a performance, a recital, or to play a piece of music from their homes using our tech, and we can zap them into the screen. We're going to live stream from a cardboard model of the amazing Coventry cathedrals. It's just going to be wonderful. So check it out. Be sure to get a copy of our brochure and send it all to your families and to your communities. Hashtag Coventry 21. Be a part of it with your art. Exodesk 1, 2. So I've got audio on my mic, which is probably going live. Let's just mute that. 1, 2. 1, 2. We've got microphone. Please stand by, everybody. We've got tech on this. We've got one video call working, so it looks like we are getting there. I'm just going to run these videos until we get going. Sorry about that. One, two, 1, 2. Alaya?
Yeah.
You can hear me, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, that's good. Could you mute your microphone? I've still got a couple of things to configure here and we'll be going soon. Sorry.
Okay.
You're
No, it's
good.
fine.
Stay where you are. You're good. Turn that down a bit. Turn our random grime tune down a bit. My goodness, all happening a bit quick this morning. Absolutely brilliant. We've got Helen Nelson, head teacher at Cash Primary, head teacher at this lovely school. I'm stood in front of it. It's a bit fresh this morning. I've got the scarf on, a little bit cold, but I have got my Isle of Art t-shirt underneath. We're keeping it real. We're keeping with the brand vibes. And I'm hoping we're going to have Jude Lawson as well, who is just Jude Lawson. Did I say Jude Lawson? Jude Lawson. Sorry, Jude. Just a bit early, mate, I tell you. You're not the only one who's been up all night. Had a bit of a text off Jude saying he's standing by, so we're good to go. We're waiting to cut live to BBC Radio Coventry. We can put that up there. Yeah, we've got this. So this is an amazing lady. This lady here is Sonja Godley. Now, last Saturday, I locked on to BBC CWR.
We're nearly there. Everybody stand by.
And she was playing that. I better change these messages. I'm doing everything on my own this morning, as ever. And this is a new system, so you're going to have to please bear with me. Let's get rid of that message. So it looks like I'm actually in control, doesn't it? So I can make things happen. If you want to put a shout out, just type it in the box below and I'll flash it up on the screen. We're a couple of minutes from Sandra's show. We're going to go over to that in just a moment. And I'll shut up, you'll be glad to know. So this is Helen Nelson. If you're anywhere near a computer and near a printer, be sure to download the preview program. It's the first version of the lineup for the week. We'll have a look at that afterwards. I think we're just about ready to go live. We're going live to Helen now. So let's get that going, shall we? What do we have to do to make that go? We have to. What do we have to do? Where's the play button? Have we got any audio on that? So my worry is I'm going to play that. I should be able to just play that. Why didn't it let me play it? Oh, I know what we need to do. We need to. Oops, that's not good. Look, what's happening there? We've lost it. Let's have a look.
The sound of Cov. Together we can make a difference. BBC CWR.
Share this wonderful guest with you. When somebody says the word Lent to you, I bet something.
I think we're in the wrong place now. I might have to just cut back. I had it all queued up and I've lost it. I'm sorry about that. So we're going to have to try and find where we need to be on that. And I'm going to have to put my glasses on for this. We're making it up as we go along. It's a little bit early. Next weekend will be a lot better than this, I promise you. And the only problem is because we zoomed in on that, it's a bit hard to actually see what's going on. Oh no! Let's try again. Let's get that audio back.
To work tirelessly to care for them.
What do you think, though? Did you
deceive you? I'll tell BBC CWR.
Come on. Now we've got to be careful playing all the copyright music, or we're going to get jammed on here. I'm going to have. Do you know what? We're live and direct. We're making it up as we go along. We are not pretending we're polished like the BBC because they've got their job and they get paid for it. We're doing this and we're doing our best. So I'm going to show you what I've got to do here. Because I made that window a bit small, I can't actually see the controls and it skipped ahead. I'm learning a lot here, boys and girls. So if I max that up to full screen, I can go back roughly to whatever time it was because they were a bit earlier than I expected, actually. They were a little bit earlier than I expected. So if I, where's my mouse now? So that's going to be 8:50. I think Helen went live just about 9:15. So let's check that because Sandra's running a tight ship there, is what she said. Come on then, why can't we hear that? We can now.
Coventry's so special.
So let's go back a little bit. Let's go back a bit.
So zoom in and parting.
That's it.
Cash Primary.
So rewind selector, as they say. Okay, so that's not good. Just need to get... Okay, everybody, we've actually got this going, believe it or not. I'm going to rewind a little bit and sort of get back to where we should be. We've got everybody on standby, which is good, which is great. I'm very pleased about that. Elia, Stephen, you can unmute your microphones. I've got a vague amount of control over this now, and I can control what when you're on and off. So, powder your nose, sit still. Stephen, you're going to have your head's going to get chopped off if you sit like that. Can you get the camera back a little bit, or get it a bit higher? That's perfect. Either sit back a bit or just tilt the screen and the camera a little bit higher, whatever. I'd hate you to have a flat head. Right. Just make sure we are out. We're going out. Okay. Okay, let's go out then. External record. Well, it looks like we're live. Okay, so, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I woke up this morning knowing I had a lot to do. I knew I had a hell of a lot to do, and I thought it was all going to work. Believe it or not, all this was out in the street last night. We had all this stuff set up, so I'm just going to check that you can hear me and there's audio going through. 1, 2, looks like there's audio going through. Could you do me a favor and just pop a little message? If you're watching, on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, could you just say, yes, I'm here. I'm not going to report you to authorities for watching Steamco's nonsense, but I would just like to know. So I'm just going to pop a little message up now to say that we are just about to go live. We're just about to start this conference, and I worked out a nice little opening speech in the shower, and that didn't come to much, did it? No, that's no good. I would quite like to get something vaguely credibly sensible, so I'm just going to play a short video, and in that time hopefully get my act together. I'm gonna, right, it'd be quite nice to, I don't know, we'll just drop a little film or something just to sort of set the scene, I think. Let's see what we've got here. And we are going to get this going, don't worry, but I've got everything set up, and I've just had to take everything out of memory because it was killing the memory. Let's have, in fact, what could be more appropriate? What could be more appropriate than this? So let's put that up, and let's pause it a second. Because a bit of audio would be nice, wouldn't it? And the trouble is, when you bring new things in, you just have to set it up. So let's reset. Let's reset the system selector. Yes, my audio's on. Is that an earlier message, or is that now, Elia? That was a long time ago. We are live. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? I would love to know if you can hear me. Oh, my number's ringing. Okay, let's see what the number wants.
One night in disco, in disco, in disco, in disco. One night in disco, in disco, in disco.
I do like the notion of a disco ball. You just have to put one light on it and it refracts light everywhere, and just kind of makes everything look pretty and in motion. Finding yourself through the darkness or through the struggle.
Disco. One night in disco. 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 One night in
Well, hello and welcome to Inspire Nation. I'll be honest, I've almost haven't got a clue whether or not you can hear me. This is me down here. This is me down here, down at the bottom. I'm on a cardboard pyramid stage that we've knocked up here at in Coventry in Joseph Cash Primary School. Let me just press that so you can probably see me a little bit better. We are live and direct. This is the Evolve Ed 21 conference. We are making it up as we go along. I don't know who that bloke there is because I don't really want him there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to configure this system. There are three things I need to do. I need, first of all, to actually put a PowerPoint slide up in there. So let's get the PowerPoint going, because without PowerPoint, you just can't do anything, can you? Let's face it. So I'm going to load up the PowerPoint, which will give us something to at least look at. I'm going to minimize all the opening ramble. We don't want an awful lot more ramble than me. Now, we don't want that there. So let's just, I'm in PowerPoint. That should be seeing PowerPoint there. Let's come down here and see if it is. Of course it isn't. I've got to reset that. So 2 seconds, I'll import that. And at the end of the day, if anybody's interested, I'm going to show you the tech we've got going here. So you might have a little bit of sympathy for me. And when you get to my age, you actually have to think aloud. You have to think aloud. So click camera, HDS camera input number 2. That should come in. Yes, that's come in. Okay, that's looking good. Now we want audio on that. So I map that to bus A, bus B, and bus G, and stop automatic playback and make the audio live. So that's good to go. So now I've got a PowerPoint. So that is my PowerPoint. If I press that, it cuts to PowerPoint. Press that, it cuts back. But I actually want PowerPoint on that screen there. Now that means I've got to map that. So let's have a look at this. I map that across there, and I go to screen 1, which has currently got that rubbish YouTube video. I'm sorry I had to throw you through so many. I don't even know. Is there anybody here? There's a few people dropping in. That's good. Rachel Holt is here. Hello, Rachel Holt. Thank you very much for popping in. Stuart Holt. Hang on, are you related? Stuart Holt and Rachel Holt, 2 people. Alaya says the audio is on. That's always good to know. Well, it looks like we're cooking on gas. Can you hear us, Rachel? Is the $1 billion question while I map this screen across. So we don't want that. We don't want browser. Yeah, we'll keep the browser in YouTube. So let's get this one here up and map that video grabber that I just put in there into that. Turn that on, and that's changed the PowerPoint. Here we go. So watch how cool this is. So when I press this, that zooms full screen, and it zooms full screen back. So we're cooking on gas. Come on, Rachel, can you hear me? I need you to tell me you can hear me. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you, Stuart. Rachel Holt's saying, yes, you can hear me. That's good. Okay, so that's all good. Yes, I can. Well, the trouble is I've forgotten what the question was. I can. I don't. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. So I just want to give you a feel for this. Now, the next thing I need to do is to bring my 2 guests in. So you'll see over there a little box quite high up. Now I need to put somebody in that. And the first person I'm going to put in that is going to be Stephen Heppel, Professor Stephen Heppel, no less. Now I need to find him in my system. He's all the way down here, which wasn't a good look, putting him down there. So Stephen, actually, I'm going to put Stephen in front of that desk, actually. Now let's see if we can hear Stephen. I've actually got him muted somewhere. Where did I mute him? Stephen, can you hear me?
I can hear you really well. Yeah,
that's encouraging. So can you see anything? What can you see?
Yeah, it's cardboard-tastic, I think. Would be
oh,
the
good.
short
Oh, you can see
version,
something. Right. Well, let me get you up. We're going to chop your head off a little bit again, but it doesn't matter. We'll live with that. So I'm actually going to take everybody through this because I think this is just how we learn. Because if anybody wants to not ever have another crummy Zoom call again, then that's their option, isn't it? So I've now got Stephen on screen. I'm going to code. Actually, no, I'm not going to color key him. I'm going to color key him last. So Stephen is down there, and I need to map him in. as guest 3. Oh, I can smell coffee in my house. I hope that's going to come my way. Actually, I'm going to map him as guest 4. So Stephen is guest 4. And using multi-view, I map him on as guest 4. So Stephen's going to magically appear over there any time now. Hopefully. Is Stephen on that desk? Has he appeared? He hasn't appeared. Why hasn't he appeared there? Okay, so guest 4. So I need to go back to my virtual studio and see why he isn't in there as layer 1, 2, 3, 4. So layer 4, okay, it's not mapped there. So we need to go back here, map in guest 4. Now, that should have worked. That's a bit annoying. Layer 4, guest 4. Guest 4 is him. So let's reset the position. Okay, so Stephen's hogging the screen, completely hogging the screen the way only Stephen Heppell could. So I need to go to guest 4 and I need to go to position and we'll shrink him down a little bit. Well, that's no good. That's shrinking the whole thing. Don't do that, Nick. Don't do that. Just do it for the layer that Stephen's on, which is not that one either, because they don't count the background. So you actually want to be on overlay 3. That's not it either. Sorry about this, folks. There we go. So Stephen's now on the move, and we're going to put Stephen. Just he can. Do you mind sitting behind that desk there, Stephen? Is that going to be all right for you?
It looks exactly like the desk I'm sitting behind here.
Nice little card. This one's cardboard. Don't spill any drinks, okay? Because if you spill drinks, it will start getting a bit soggy.
As if I'd ever spill a drink.
And this is only this isn't a terribly long one. So you're happy there, yes? If I plonk you there.
Yeah, I'm delighted.
Although it's not good that you're behind that screen, is it? Oh no, we're going to blank your background out. So we need to chroma key you out. So I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Stephen. This is very shoddy. We had it all working, and then there was a.
Listen, it's a pleasure. It's all good fun. If we can't do it differently, we might as well give up, mightn't we? So it's good fun to see.
There are two. I had a nice little rambly opening for this, but there are 2 conferences on this week. One in memory of Sir Ken Robinson, which is run by his daughter Kate. Just a week of events. It's like a global co-curation thing. And there's a thing organised by a bunch of people called the Federation of Education Development, and they've decided who they wanted along to that. Obviously, didn't invite you or me by the sound of it, which is obviously their prerogative. And I would imagine there'd be quite a lot of bookcases at that. And we've got a bit of a no bookcase policy, I'm afraid. So there you go. Your green screen's a little bit kind of grey in that top left-hand corner, but I think we can live with that. I've got lots of floodlights in here, which means I can't see a thing. So Professor Stephen Heppell, I think this wouldn't be a bad time to introduce you to your co-presenter today. That's Alaya. Alaya, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fantastic. We can hear you. No, so I'll tell you what. Is it Alaya?
It's Aaliyah.
Aaliyah. Right, great. So just tell us about you while I get you set up, because I'm just going to introduce you to one of the most respected education professors in the world. If this was a proper conference, I'd have Googled him and read and had lots of quotes to hand, but I went to bed at 3 o'clock last night. I was up at 7, so I didn't have much time. Alaya, could you just describe yourself to Professor Heppell, and then he'll be able to see you in a moment, and just give him a little bit of an idea about you and what you do and why you're here.
Yeah, I'm Aaliyah Kennedy. I'm currently in my final year of 6th form, where I do history, politics, business and criminology. And from my politics course, I went on to create my own campaign, which was called Raise School Funding, but today we released a new update as we've changed our name and logo to Reshaping Our Education. And I'm very passionate about improving education as a whole, so every child receives the opportunity to become who they want to be. Because at the moment, creative subjects are wanting to be cut from the system. And not every child excels in the core subjects. It's these creative ones, but also these creative subjects open up large pathways for students to take, and by schools having to take them away because of the lack of funding is just unfair, which was the main focus to why I created a campaign. And and which is, I believe, why Nick asked me to speak here, was to show what I wanted to see in the future, and that is to provide schools with the funding they deserve as well as need, because and Bioframer's quote from John Dewey is that education is not preparation for life, education is life itself, and that's a big quote we go behind, and
Wow.
that's really me, really.
Do you want to just do this for me? I'll just press the buttons. Does that sound like a plan? Stephen, what's your first response to, not to the content, but what's your response emotionally to what you've just heard there, Stephen?
Well, just to reach out and kind of high five, really. I mean, that's absolutely spot on. I mean, the history of all this is a bit sad, really. I think the 1944, the Norwood Report or whatever it was, said, you know, schools should be doing things that better fitted their children's needs, wishes, desires, dreams, you know, and the teachers would be the ones writing the curriculum and the exams, and they'd all get together with you, Aaliyah, and your community and your parents, and build something that you needed. And that was the dream. But it all gets sort of dragged into sort of centralized model where everybody has to do the same thing, but this kind of goes in cycles. You know, you're pretty lucky to be where you are, because typically what happens is you get a bit of freedom, people do cool stuff, they show how good it can be, and then you know, governments or systems sort of go, whoa, that looks a bit dangerous, let's kind of reel it in, you know. And then it all gets locked down till the next time. I used to run a research lab called Ultralab. We had Ultralab's law, which was between denial and adoption, was where the space was to do all the cool stuff. So, you know, TikTok's a good example. You know, a lot of people will say, you know, TikTok's nothing to do with learning. There's nothing there to do with learning at all. If you know TikTok, you'll know there's loads of good stuff with the duetting and you know, there's a whole lot of powerful tools in there, and they're throwing a lot of money at learning. And so you could do some really cool stuff in TikTok for about the next 3, 4, 5 years, and then eventually Department of Education was, oh, TikTok is a real thing. We'd better put it in the curriculum, so you study TikTok as a thing rather than study with it, you know. And then we've captured it, you know, and then you go off and do the next thing. So, you know, it's a really kind of interesting time. So everything you say, John Dewey said it, you know, a lot of people have said it since, and they're always right at the time, and then they get kind of snuffed out, you know. You've seen the same thing with the way Greta Thunberg was treated, you know, with her climate alert, you know, that she said all the right things and kids all started to move, and then suddenly, you know, it's all about big conferences and ministers and politicians come along and speak. They don't act. They just kind of adopt it and then drag it in to be safe. So, you know, you're doing but I mean, the golden thing for you really, Aaliyah, has been the, you know, good old COVID. I mean, it's been a tragedy, the number of people who died or been damaged, goodness knows. But, you know, here we are, we're probably 3 years without having to do formal exams, you know, and suddenly there's a whole load more ways that you can demonstrate how good you are, which is fab, you know. Most teachers, when you say to most students, when you say to them, how did you do in your exam? Almost everybody says, oh, it was a bit disappointing, really, because my dog died, or my dad ran away, or I had a menstruation problem, or, you know, hay fever, or whatever. Nobody ever says, well, funny you should ask that. It went unexpectedly well, you know. So everybody always gets sort of, you know, the exams are so formal, they get damaged by it. When your teachers get to make a judgment about how well you've done, the teachers know you better. So your teachers' results are usually always a little bit better than the exam results, but they're fairer. Look, I'll show you. We build these little boxes are there, which are, they measure the space, they measure the room you're in, and they measure the temperature and the CO2 and the humidity. You know, CO2 in here is nearly 2,000 parts per million. So, you know, my eyes are going a bit dozy because I'm getting gassed by my own breathing, you know. But if you go into an exam room, half the kids in the exam room are sitting in a room that's damaging. So, you know, you might be lucky, you might get the seat by the window. If you're lucky, the window's broken, you get a bit of fresh air, you get nice light coming in. The other guys are sitting in the dark, struggling to see, and it's too hot and there's too much CO2. The guys on that side of the room are going to do about 3% worse than the guys on this side of the room. The exams are so terribly unfair. But, you know, you're in the lucky generation who've had a chance to say, hey, never mind all that. My teacher knows how good I am. And universities aren't saying, well, it must have a formal exam. They're just saying, hey, tell us how good they are. Bring them on. You know, we need students. So, you know, it could all change at this moment in a really lovely way. You know, you could be that change generation that moves it all forward, you know. One of the weird things about this, I'm interested to know what you think, Hilaire, but a lot of people, when they get to A-level, they don't want to do the breadth anymore. They want to do some things in real depth. You know, it's really, really interesting, the list of things you've chosen. I mean, the, you know, criminology. Did you say criminology or did you say, what was your third, your
I said
last?
criminology.
Criminology, yeah, I thought you said that, which is my wife did criminology as part of her university degree, and she just fell into it and went further and further and deeper and deeper. It was like, wow, this is amazing, you know, it's really interesting. And I was the same, you know, I was hopeless scatterbrain really at school, you know. I'd say, oh, I'm just going to go off down this corridor, you know, and kept learning. But I mean, that's what learning should be like. I mean, John Dewey's right. It's all about lifetime learning. And you know, too often your teacher has to say to you, Hilaire, I can't tell you this yet. I'll tell you this next year when we get to A-level, or you might do this at university. But why can't I do it now? I want to know, you know. One of the things we've seen in COVID are people just saying, oh, I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna get on with it and go, you know. I'm a professor in Spain, and we're just doing a thing with our school students where we're giving them university courses. We're saying, well, I don't see why you shouldn't know what university is like. So your last year in the sixth form, you might as well do some modules from a degree course, you know. And people are loving it because it's like, wow, that's what I want to do, you know. Let me ask you a question, Leah. At what age? What do you want to do? Are you going to go to university? Is that your plan?
Yeah. I would like to study. I would like to study history and politics.
Yeah, nothing more interesting at the moment. It's fascinating. But I mean, actually, what age do you think you could have gone just to do that? Never mind the other subjects, never mind how good you are at cooking, never mind whether you can drive a car. If it's just go to university and study at depth, at what age do you reckon you could have started doing it?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Probably 16, because that's when I truly became fascinated in history and politics, and that's what I just wanted to do. But I had to pick other subjects as well on top of them.
Yeah, but I mean, to study the thing you really want to do, I'm confident you could have done it at 16 without all the other distractions. And, you know, that's almost exactly the answer on average. I mean, some people think 14, other people think, well, maybe wait till I was 18. But most people in sixth forms around the world, you know, reckon they could have done university stuff 2 or 3 years earlier. And that's probably true of most of the things in your life. You know, you could probably vote pretty sensibly at 16. You could certainly, you know, there's a whole lot of, I mean, you could probably drive better than your parents at 16, to be honest, you know, because you'd look at it, you'd study it carefully, you'd look at all the stats on dangers, you say, oh, it's a junction, this is a really dangerous place, you know. You'd be a better driver. And I think a lot of things you do today, you do better than your parents did at the same age. I mean, they got to do them later on. So why wouldn't that include university life? Why couldn't you go straight on to university? We have some schools around the world called Stage Not Age, where you're ready, you just do it. So I bet you were, what were you best at when you were 11? What was your best thing?
Not too sure. I think it was music. That was the thing that I concentrated the most on. Was music, but obviously that's completely changed now. And the main thing I like now is politics. The most.
Well, yeah, the job of a prime minister ain't a lot different to a conductor, really. So you're not in such a different place. But I mean, when you're doing music, I bet when you played in the orchestra, there were, you know, younger people and older people all in the same orchestra. You didn't have an orchestra for 11-year-olds, or you know, you just do music to the level you're good at. You know, it's as simple as that. I don't really understand why everything else can't be like that too. I mean, obviously, if you were a really good reader when you were 9, you can't just go and sit with the 16-year-olds, because they might be reading stuff about romance and, gosh, bit of sex or something, or vampires, you know, probably not appropriate for 9-year-old, but you could certainly read with the 11 and 12-year-old. So, you know, it just seems to me that a lot of what you have to do in school is about waiting. You know, you're waiting to go on, waiting to go to university, waiting to do it. And I think one of the things we've learned with COVID is the waiting's over. You know, you guys are off and away, and I don't think you're going to wait anymore. That's for sure. I wouldn't if I was your age.
No, I completely agree.
Nick,
I completely agree with everything.
I mean, if you look at the history of all this, since you've got an interest in history, it's really fascinating, because what happens to education happens about every 75 years. Elia, it's so around about 1800, most children are learning. They learn from their family, they learn from their grandmother, or they learn from their community. But their formal learning was to go to church, to Sunday school, and learn about the Bible. Yet obviously in other cultures, they learned about other books and other religions. But the main thing in England at that time was to learn the Bible, because there were a set of rules in the Bible about not killing people and, you know, behaving properly, 10 commandments, you know, and they wanted to make sure you had all the stories and the protocols. Well, then, as you know from your history, 1870 comes along, and the Industrial Revolution. We got people building steam trains and spinning jennies and water mills and goodness knows what else, and factories, especially factories. So the employers, the factory owners, said, we want children who can keep good time. They can tell the time. Not like Nick, you know, they kind of like, if it's 10 o'clock, this is where I need to be, you know. And
less of the cheek, please, Professor. Sorry, I'm not having that.
Well, listen, you and me both, mate.
I can't believe I'm still standing, so don't give me a hard time.
You were up all night. Your only hope is quantum physics. Let's hope there's a parallel universe with a whole different set of times, you know. But the thing is, Elia, it was the employers who were leading the charge in 1870. So we had compulsory primary education. Everybody in the country had to go to primary school, and they sat in quite big numbers, and there weren't very many teachers. And if you were, particularly for girls, if you were good at being a pupil, you got to be a teacher too. So you stayed on a little bit at 11 or 12. You became a pupil teacher. And so you'd sort of stay on and look after the little children, and say, oh, she's good, keep her back. But everybody else went off into the factories or wherever. And then along comes the Second World War, and kids had a terrible time. I had a student, Stan Owers. He was evacuated during the war. He was lived in East London, and he was taken out of his house with his sister, sent all the way to Wales, and he lived on a farm in Wales looking after sheep and really helping with the farm. Didn't see his parents for 2.5 years, and he was like the parents. He was looking after his baby sister, and then back he went, and other kids had been down the bomb shelters. Other kids had been bombed, you know, the families were killed and so on. And after the war, they all said, you know what, this education isn't very fair. You know, some of us have got jolly good educations. The rest of us are learning how to look after sheep. That's not right, you know. So then they had compulsory secondary education came along. And you'll see there's 75 years between each of those. And then, don't know what you like at maths, but you'll know, hang on, we're 75 years down the track, here we are with COVID. So it's another big revolution every 75 years. And this time, it's not the church, it's not the employers, it's not families. This time round, it's the students who are saying, hang on, we can do this better. We can do this better. And my belief is that you're going to lead the charge, not just on climate change and politics. Look at all the kids in Hong Kong. You're going to lead the charge on making learning better. And I think that's really, really exciting. There's we're using technology here. It's a lot of fun, and it's half working, which is always a fun with technology when you're pushing at the edge, but computers are really good at doing what they're told to do. Computers are really good at following rules. Computers are really good at repeating things. Computers are really good at remembering things. So if all we ask you to do in school is to repeat things and remember things and do what you're told and follow rules, you've got no future, Aaliyah. You're just going to be overtaken by a computer, pretty quickly. So kind of what are people good at? And hey, they're good at adventure, and they're good at playfulness. They're really good at deep learning, really getting into things, and they're good at ingenuity, and they're good at creativity. We're living in a cardboard factory here, being a bit creative. This is what people are good at. Computers are rubbish at that. So you need a school that says, Aaliyah, I really want you to be ingenious and solve these problems, and I want you to do deep learning, not broad learning. You can just feel it all changing under your feet. So my view is that you're the sort of golden generation in all this. And you know what, if I look back at the Second World War, which is before my time, but your great-grandparents probably might know a bit about it, but the people who were kids in that war, who had a terrible time, just like COVID's been a bit grim for you lot, they turned out to be the ones who changed everything. So Vivienne Westwood changed fashion, and along came punk, and all those other crazy things. John Lennon, born in 1940, and the Beatles, they had a big impact on music. They were very different to music. Clive Sinclair, who came along and invented the home computer, and everybody in Britain typing away on rubber keyboards at one point, trying to learn to program. There were so many of that generation that changed our life. You're going to be that generation too. I was watching an interview with Helen Mirren the other day. She's an actress, she's older than me, and she's done the most extraordinary stuff in her career. Every 10 years, she's done something completely different, been quite consistently a rule breaker for most of her life. Yeah, she was born during the war. She was one of that golden generation. You guys are the new golden generation, which is really quite exciting, Yeah, I'm not sure Audrey Hepburn, I think she's a bit before that, but maybe her kids would have been. What are you expecting to go to university every day, or are you going to do some of this online at home? What's your expectation of university life?
I would hope to be able to go to university every day, and study that way. But if it comes to the situation of having to do at home and at university learning, then that is also fine. But I would prefer that in person.
Well, for sure, it's nice to see your students, and if you're living at home, sometimes it's nice to not be living at home for a while, and that's but if you were working with other students around the world, and one of the excitements for me is watching particularly undergraduates working together. If you're working with people on your same line of latitude, you do a project in Coventry, and then you sort of send it on. When you go to bed, you send it on to the East America, somebody in Boston. They pass it on to somebody on the West Coast, maybe in San Francisco. They pass it on to Hawaii. Hawaii passes it on to Japan. Japan passes it on to India. India sends it back to Eastern Europe, and then you get up to have breakfast. You just sat down with your bowl of crunching up cornflakes, and here comes the baton being passed back. It's been all around the world all night. That's really exciting, you know. It's a real thrill to do that, you know. And then similarly, if you're working with students on the same line of longitude, so they might be in Johannesburg, but they're still having breakfast when you're having breakfast. So you can say, right, we've got 6 hours to get this project done. You go out and interview the folk in Joburg, or I'll interview the folk in the Midlands, and we'll compare notes at 5 o'clock tonight. That's pretty exciting too. So I think you're going to be doing a lot of your learning online. You'll be doing some of your learning face to face. That's a very different university to the one that your teachers would have gone to. I mean, I don't know if it's ever struck you, Aaliyah, but all your teachers were born in the last century, every single one of them. And everybody in your school, as a student, you're almost the oldest, were born in this century. You haven't got no 21-year-old students in school. So everybody in school is born in this century. All the teachers were born in the last century. And it's not like there's a sudden ripple in their genes or their brains change, you know. But I think when we celebrated the millennium, a lot of the celebration was looking backwards. And I think, you know, a lot of what your generation is doing is looking forwards. And there's clearly a gap between those two. So you're the golden lot. And also, I mean, golly gosh, look at all the things we get presented with that are unexpected. You know, you have, you know, in the last few years, we've had climate change, huge forest fires, droughts, food shortages, the pandemic, terrorism. I mean, there's all those kids in North Nigeria just this week have all been kidnapped and dragged off to goodness knows where. You know, the world's full of unexpected things. And most of our politicians grew up in a world that was full of expected things. You know, they were at school in the 80s, 90s, maybe even the 70s, and nothing changed. You know, they sat down, they did the same timetable, they sat next to the same person. There was a seating plan. Their teacher probably had the same cardigan on every day, you know. Nothing changed at all. So when the pandemic hit, they didn't know what to do. All they can say is, we must get back to normal quick. Let's get all the children back into school. They didn't think, how can this be different or how can this be better? Because nothing in their life has prepared them for it. You know, so you're not fazed by all this. They are. They absolutely are. They haven't got a clue what to do. Nick, can I mention this crazy certificate we've produced? Is now a good time?
No, not really. No, I'll give you about 10 minutes for that.
No, I won't then.
You said something a moment ago which really sort of made me think of something, actually. And that was particularly the employer perspective. Could you dwell on that and talk about what you think employers were looking for, what they're looking for now? Because I've got one of the world's biggest employers in this area, this brave new world, and I'd like to sort of set that up, and then I'll get that person on, and then I think the certificate would have some context. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a timely question because we've been looking very hard in Spain at the skill sets people are looking for, you know, and it's kind of no surprise really that some of the very big employers in the world, Google, Facebook, whatever, are not employing anything like as many students from the best universities, you know, the Ivy League universities in America. When you kind of ask them why, they say because all we get is younger versions of the people in America we've already got. When you kind of ask them why, they've done the same course. All we get is younger versions of the people in America we've already got. Oh, Nick, I'm getting a second version of myself.
I've just stopped it. I stopped it before you could even say, actually. I think you'll find it's fine now.
Oh, okay,
Apologies
cool.
for that.
No, so it's interesting. So they're often looking for, you know, now non-standard people who can come in and say, well, look, I studied this, but then I changed direction in mid-degree and I went off and did. They're looking for polymaths and they're looking for people who've got real depth. And it's a really interesting mix to be looking for. And if you look around Europe, you'll see the skill shortages are those sorts of people. People who've just done accountancy, all they're going to do for their life is accountancy until the computers do it better, which will be soon. If you look at the people who run those big new corporations and say, I wonder what they're doing with their kids. Their kids are all gone off to schools where they do creativity and art and music and and things that need ingenuity and creativity and all the things we were talking about earlier. So they know the things that computers won't be able to do, and those are the things that are valuable. But kind of to some extent, Nick, it doesn't matter, because the other thing we learn these days is that it's much easier for Aaliyah to set up her own company. And when I graduated, you went off to the big employers and tried to persuade them to offer you a job. An awful lot of Aaliyah's generation say, you know what, I'm really enjoying doing this. I'm just going to do more of it. I'm going to set up a company and do it with a couple of my mates. And because you don't need the economies of scale to survive, you can just, 3 people can be a thriving company. Just going back to TikTok for a minute, not that I'm very much in TikTok, but, if you want people to see your, I was looking at a girl she's doing counseling, offering people support with their, stress and well-being. She's got 25 million followers in TikTok. Now if she went off to work in a company, to support that, she'd probably write a few reports and write some papers, and somewhere up above her material would get passed on. She's doing it. She's doing it herself. The technology allows everybody to be a mega corporation. So it kind of doesn't matter so much what the big employers want. It's kind of, what do you want, Aaliyah? You're the boss. And you literally will be the boss if you want.
Stephen,
you don't have to go and work for anything.
I'm sorry, Stephen. Do you mind if I interrupt there for just a moment? Would that be okay? A couple of months ago, Malumba, who's helping me here, ran an art exhibition very near here in Queen's Park in lockdown. And somebody walked in that morning. That night, she agreed to speak at a conference. Well, I should say a conference. It's a private view that Malumba ran with some cultural leaders from this part of West London, some people who are part of the Notting Hill Carnival, the North Kensington project, the Grenfell Tower community. And I was quite blown away that she stepped up for that then, and particularly she stepped up again now at very short notice. She probably got up before me, because she's one of those people that probably does 3 hours of email before I've even thought about getting out of bed. But she got an email from me at 7 o'clock saying, are you still up for it? And I'm delighted to welcome, just up here, Haviva Cole from Google. Hello, Haviva. This is the $1 million question. Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can see you. Thank you so much for both of your commentary. I've been listening. So, Dr. Heppel, thank you. My name is Aviva Cole. I'm the lead of a talent development team at Google, where we build development programs for both industry and students. But I didn't start my career in technology. And the joke is, when I was growing up, I didn't even have an email account. I think I got my first email account when I was in my last year of what we'd call secondary school here. And so I actually started my career as a middle school teacher in the South Bronx in New York City. And I love this topic that we're talking about today in terms of like skill set and education and the future and what this looks like. Because to me, growing up, education meant choice. It meant creation of opportunities and exposure to the world. When I started my career as a teacher in the South Bronx at the 4th most dangerous secondary school in all of New York City, it wasn't focused on learning. The directive I got from our leadership was, your job as a teacher is just to keep the students in their chairs, in their seat, keep them safe. And when I think about this new world that a lot of our young people are going into, And I think about how do you contextualize education today? The way that I think about education, I'm just going to give you my education talk and then like what I see as school. And then, you know, we can talk about a very powerful question I often ask a lot of people. But when I think
Can
about
I stop you right there,
today,
Haviv, actually? Can I stop you there for 1 second?
Yes.
Professor Heppel, this is your day. Is that okay? Is it okay if she does
no,
that?
I'm just sitting there. I can't wait to. I can't wait
Sorry,
to
Haviv.
just in passing. I taught in.
yeah, and
I taught
Professor
in
Heppel,
East
you'll be proud. You'll be proud of some of the things that I talk about with TikTok. So you and I are very much aligned with some of the things I've heard you say already. But when I think about education today, I actually think about 3 different ways we could think about it. I think of self-actualization. It's for, you know, Dr. Heppel, you said this, like, what are your dreams or potential? What are the young people? What is your potential? I think about education in terms of the economy. What are the skills that you're going to be able to gain in order to be employable in your current economy? And then the third one is citizenry. It's to help build the country and to imbue you with values in which to be built. And of course, it depends on which country you're coming from. But those are kind of the 3 different ways I think about, you know, what could education be used for? When I think about schools, you know, very different. I think I shared when I started my career as a middle school teacher, it was really about keeping students safe. So school could be looked at as a safe space and a haven for those that need it. I think I heard this in your conversation. It could be a tool for government, control for the government, obviously depending on where you're from. And then lastly, school is a place where children socialize and they build social identities. But underlining all of this is this social contract that I see taking place between parents, teachers, the government, and then students. And what do I mean by that? I see it as a mutual agreement. The parents are to bring children into the world to be upstanding citizens and part of society. And then parents give the government authority to dictate the skill set that their students, their kids will need to contribute to society while being physically safe. And then you think about the trust, you know, that needs to happen and transpire between teachers. Teachers need to be compensated appropriately. And the children really are wards of them, and they will earnestly transfer knowledge from one generation to the next. And then when I think about knowledge, you know, knowledge society in the world, it's moving faster than past generations have seen, and our systems cannot keep up. And I think you mentioned this earlier, but you know, when I was growing up, the question was, what do you want to be when you grow up? What kind of job do you want to have? And as a kid, this used to really enrage me because I used to always think, gosh almighty, my education, my schooling must be more than just a job. I always challenge people to think about their educational journey, their schooling journey as, what problem do you want to solve? And Professor, you mentioned, you know, the environment, you mentioned terrorism, you mentioned all of these elements that the world is facing right now. And I think one of you mentioned Greta Thunberg, you know, and her issue is climate change and educating leaders and challenging leaders for the future. I think that is really where we need to challenge our educators and our communities, our governments, to really align with this question, not necessarily on the jobs, but on the problems that are impacting the community and the countries now, and challenge kids to think about that. And, you know, now, you know, with thinking about what problem do you want to solve, before education was about rote learning. For example, you know, you need to remember this event, or you need to remember these dates in history. And we've moved past that by empowering kids to allow their own analysis of it. In the tech world, we are always thinking about, you know, how are you going to navigate ambiguity? How do you analyze data? How do you look at this particular situation? What happens if this happens with security violations? You really need to think about kind of transferring a skill set and adaptation to an environment that's constantly evolving. You know, when I think about the advent of Google, you know, the key skill is knowing how to find information. It's not actually knowing information anymore. And this is all about critical thinking, about resilience. and being able to learn on demand by virtual teachers now. You know, I was, sorry, I hear a noise buzzing in my ear. But as the
I'm
the
sorry
young
about
the
that,
young
Aviva.
woman,
Let me try and get rid of that.
no
Sorry.
worries. As a young woman was saying, in terms of, you know, her desire to go to university, you know, you think about how are students going to be learning in the future? You know, right now we've got virtual teachers who may or may not be alive, who may or may not be from the same country with the same culture or the same accent or even speak the same language. They may not even be human, you know, with this introduction to avatars. And so, you know, when I think about the future of, you know, this brave new world of warriors, we call it, these students, there's a lot of adaptation that's going to have to take place. Education, learning, teaching is now ongoing and it's eternal. Thank you, Nick. The buzzing has stopped. You know, we think about education, learning, and teaching is now ongoing and eternal. Teachers who upload their video online, they're going to be teachers forever because they're going to live forever on the internet. And I think just in general, what I would say is, you know, teaching how to learn, to recognize that education is no longer a destination, but it's an ongoing journey that requires constant updates. And when I think about this notion of constant updates, Professor, you mentioned TikTok. When I think about my own individual experience, you know, a handful of decades ago, or not even a handful of decades ago, give or take a decade and a half, we had tools like Friendster, and then we had to adapt to MySpace. And then we had the introduction to Facebook. And now we've got Instagram, we've got LinkedIn, we've got TikTok. These are all evolving tools of our digital age. These are all platforms where you exchange information, where you get to teach about different subjects. You get to access the world and the world gets to access you. Essentially, everyone can be a teacher now. And if we don't teach our kids to master these technologies and really understand image from reality, you know, we talk a lot about fake news. You know, how do you differentiate fake news from the truth? We're going to have to teach the kids how to really adapt, how to understand that. But if they don't, and we don't do that, they're going to be mastered by it, by the technology, by the tools, by the information being shared. And so when you think about, you know, analyzing and really constructing and dealing with ambiguity and just kind of this evolution of knowledge, you know, it's just moving so quickly. So, you know, just these are, again, my own thoughts and my own opinions going through my own, you know, windy career, starting from the traditional education sense of being a teacher in the classroom to now actually working in the tech industry, but actually continuing to build education programs, on-ramp programs for both industry and student professionals and students. Education and this notion of school has really evolved and come a long way. And I think the future of education is about being able to learn on demand. It's about resilience. We talk a lot about resilience in this new age and managing through ambiguity while not being afraid to embrace this evolving future. I know that there is a significant debate about the careers of 2030 and how 85% of those careers don't yet exist. And I know there's lots of different thoughts around that. I don't know if I can land myself on 85% of the future careers don't exist yet, but I will say that there are a handful of careers that don't exist yet. You know, when you go to medical school, you're not just learning the anatomy, you know, the body, you're going to be learning about technologies and how to use robots to do surgeries. So there's a whole other, not only new profession, but also evolution of professions that our young people are going to have to engage with. And our little, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you want to just finish what you're saying, I don't want to butt in. I should actually point out that whistling is from my microphone. So when I turn my phone off like this, that goes. So just bear with me.
Yeah, and I've said a lot here, so I'd really be open to both of your perspectives. But I think just lastly, what I'll say is our little warriors are going to have to build their own learning path. They're going to have to be each other's teachers and accept that what you learn today is not going to, it may not be relevant tomorrow. And, you know, as new subjects will emerge and new tools will transform our mindscape. And I speak, you know, today, not only as like a former teacher, as a current technology worker, but also as a mother. You know, when I talk to my kids, again, we always anchor on, you know, what are the problems that exist and how are you going to solve it? What are the elements that excite you about even talking about what's going on in the world? If it's terrorism, if it's climate change, there is absolutely so much complexity that our young people are dealing with today, that our world is dealing with today. So education and schooling is it has to look very different in a year and in a decade, looking forward. So again, these are just my thoughts. I love this conversation. Professor, the work that you're doing sounds very exciting. And I'm sorry, what was it? What was your name? The young woman.
That's my mistake. We've got Alaya and Professor Stephen Heppel. What may I actually ask you, Alaya? What are your Alaya? What are your thoughts to that? What are your thoughts, Alaya?
No, I'm here. I agree.
Whatever you think.
We're saying in the fact that you can speak about education. You became an educator straight afterwards, and now in the tech business. But when you were discussing about thinking about what job you would want to take, and we get asked that now as too. And what I've wanted to be has changed completely over time as new subjects have been introduced or outside clubs and everything. And that I don't think it should be restricted to what job do you want to be. I would let them branch out and see all the other possibilities before asking them at a young age. Things constantly evolve and change over time. And obviously their mind, they want to be also changes.
Thank you, Laird.
Yeah, and you know,
Stephen,
there's an excitement in all that because you know, choosing a job as a musician or a criminologist and so that's it for the rest of my life, you know, is that's not going to happen. I mean, these jobs have always appeared. You know, when they invented the motor car, they didn't have chauffeurs and they didn't have taxi drivers. So, you know, jobs keep on appearing. But the thing for you is the problems keep coming and they're new and they're many, you know, and, you know, being able to throw yourself into how can I solve a problem? How can I do it with a team? How can I reach out for the things that we know and help develop the things we don't know? How can I put that jigsaw together, fix the problem and move on? I give a lovely little example. We have a school in the New South Wales. We building a number of schools around the world. And this one is lovely. It's staged, not age, so you go as fast as you like. Children, it's mixed age teaching, so the youngsters working with the older children. It's a radical place, you know. And it's built in the campus of an old university. We took over the university, turned it back into a school. And of course, a couple of years ago, Australia had some terrible bushfires. I mean, really, really, you know, people died. It was horrendous. So the state, in its wisdom, has decreed that all the school windows in all the schools must be locked shut, because if there is a fire, you know, the window gives you one little bit of shelter while you get your act together to get away. So here's the school with the windows all shut, locked shut. Nobody has the key. But here we are in the middle of a pandemic. Of course, the one thing you need in a pandemic is be able to open the windows and ventilate the classroom. So a classroom with the windows shut, you know, is the most dangerous place you can imagine. And so, you know, sometimes the people on the ground, you know, who are solving the problem, which is you know, see more clearly what needs to be done a long way than people up the food chain of legislation can. You know, I like to look at, obviously I'm doing work in parts of the developing world as well. I was in Yemen last year, you know, and when you look at the kids there, they spend, you know, 2 hours getting to school. It's some horrendous journey, climbing up ladders across mountains, you know, not quite fighting off tigers at every step, but it's getting to school is a complex thing. They arrive at school, they go into the building, the door's shut, they learn about glacial scenery and terminal moraines, stuff that's completely irrelevant to their lives, you know. And then the bell goes at the end of the day, they get back and they work their way back through the jungle, the flora and fauna, the rivers, because you realize that the valuable part about their day of learning was getting to school and going home. The school bit wasn't very helpful, really. It was the rest that really mattered. I'm like you. I started teaching at a real tough school, East End of London. The Cray brothers were, gangsters running the whole kind of area. Really, it was the most delightful time, But learning how to make your way in the community, learning how to be valued and be trusted, learning how to make a contribution to the community in an honourable way, learning how to support these complex families that ran across. These were really, really important life skills, and hugely so. And they didn't, in all honesty, learn much of that in school. It was, but the ones who learned to learn. You'll recognise this from your Bronx days, but my first year, I arrived a little late in the profession, so I'd been doing something else for a year. So I kind of arrived, and they said, "Take these classes off, right?" And the one class I was given, they'd been entered for, a really high level exam. They used to have O levels in those days, which was like sort of top end of GCSEs, and they'd been entered for it. They didn't know a thing. They'd done 2 terms, and I don't think they could even spell the subject right. So I said, "What's going on?" They said, "Well, the school is judged on the number of people who were entered for the exam, not on whether they pass it." So these kids have all been entered for the exam. So I kind of rocked up to this lot, and I said to them, "Look, I know this subject really well. This is my stuff, I haven't got a clue how to teach. So the deal here is, the beginning of each lesson, I want 5 minutes from you all on what your good teachers do and what your bad teachers do." You wouldn't dare say this now. It's completely unacceptable. But I said, "Just tell me what good teaching looks like, and I'll tell you how to pass the exam." So for 4 terms, we did this. And by the way, all of them passed but one. All of them passed but one, and which was pretty cool. The only exam they had, But they didn't pass it because I was a clever teacher. They passed it because I'd asked them to learn about learning. So, and they'd sort of come in each day and say, "We've been watching Arthur Harvey. He's really good. When he's cross, he gets quiet. That's really scary." They had all these sort of top tips on how to teach, most of which were how to keep the kids in their seats. But the thing was, they were learning about learning, and in doing so, they became brilliant learners, and they all went on to do quite interesting things after school. So, schools accidentally teach what's needed more than they intentionally teach what's needed, which is curious.
I think that's really a powerful message. School should be about teaching students how to learn, not what to learn anymore. There's so much that's evolving. But I guess one thing I just want to say is, when I think about, Alea, you're going to university. One thing that I would say to you, that I, having looked at thousands and thousands of CVs, is I always look for, what are you doing to get involved in your community? Right. So if it's university, are you taking on leadership roles? Because the employers love to see, are you a trailblazer? Are you going to challenge the norm? Do you see an opportunity to create something that doesn't exist? So I always tell young people, get involved, be a co-founder, be an active member, do something on campus. The other thing I say as you're going into, university is networks are so critical. Befriend as many people as you can, get to know what they're studying, what they're interested in doing, and build your social network. And Professor, when you think about some of the things you mentioned, like definitely when I was growing up, and I'm sure this was the case for you as well, like we didn't have a career called influencer, and now if anybody's writing a book, publishers want to know, like, are you an influencer? Do you have a social media following? What's your message? And you can be, that's what I always say to people, like TikTok, you mentioned, Professor, like TikTok is such a huge and amazing platform. If you have, actually, I just started my own TikTok channel, #HavivaStory, because I'm writing myself a memoir. And the things the publisher said are like, how many people follow you? Because they look at book sales, right? So what is your sphere of influence? but we didn't have that growing up. And now, whatever career you choose, if you have an experience in it, if you have, knowledge you want to pass on to other people, you open up a TikTok channel and you share it with the world, and anyone and everyone can access it. So I just think we're living in very different times. But I will say, Aaliyah, you're going to university. There's so much potential for you to bring in what's going on in one part of the world to the forefront of your university. Start a club, get involved actively, use your voice if you have thoughts or opinions, and use it to connect with others. Because more than ever, this world is, it's so much more interconnected.
When I was an undergraduate, and I need to tell you that I went to university to sail. I was my main interest was sailing, so I went there to be on the sailing team, and whatever degree I did was almost irrelevant. I actually changed degree halfway through because it fitted the sailing better, But I spent a lot of my time going to the wrong lectures. So I thought, well, that sounds really interesting. And I'd just go and sit at the back of lectures, and it was just so valuable. That sort of, having an ear in other people's worlds, was incredibly valuable. And universities aren't very good at building polymathic people who are comfortable everywhere. But that turned out to be, for me, hugely valuable. It was a real. There's one of the university libraries in Australia. They put in a library system, a bit like Amazon's warehouses. So you'd say, okay, I want this book, and there'd be click word. The book would arrive on a robot on a conveyor belt. The students hated it because the books arrived really quick, but what you didn't get was to see the books that were near the books you were looking for. So you'd be taking out this book, that one looks interesting. And that sort of serendipity of, I was looking for this, but I found that. Turns out to be really, really, really important. Google from the early days, I'm old enough to remember when it started, had this sort of, click I'm feeling lucky button that sort of, whoops, let's just go off and see what I find, and that turned out to be an important part, particularly early on, of all that sort of exploration of the stuff that's out there. So, but one thing, just a straight practical note, Leo, you should take a few photographs before Nick's system blows up completely. Take a few photographs of the screen, and what you're doing, because you turn up for your university interview and you say, well, when I was X, I was doing this thing with a professor from Madrid and a senior person from Google and a mad artist, and we were all living in a cardboard virtual world, talking to people we don't know where, and we were exploring the future. Honestly, they'll just open the door and say, never mind the interview, when can you start? So come on in, because these are the valuable experiences. These are the things that set you apart from everybody else. Just have some more of them before you get there.
Absolutely. We always say +1 or +1 million when I'm writing emails. But one thing I was also going to say is, my family and I spent nearly 5 years in Silicon Valley, and, the Steve Jobs story about Steve Jobs dropping out of university, but, going to his university class and auditing this calligraphy class. I don't know if you know that story, Aaliyah or Professor. And that calligraphy class was what inspired his kind of Apple vision, and this beautiful product, and it's all about the art form and the presentation. And so I would say to you, Aaliyah, as you're going into university, like the professor said, leverage every opportunity to learn, to grow, to use that in your narrative, in your CV, because having looked at thousands of CVs, I am always looking for, okay, it's great. You went to a great university. You studied a traditional subject. You did well in your studies. But again, it goes back to what have you contributed to your community? Have you taken the windy, more challenged path? Those are the things we always look for in terms of what can set you apart from others. The other thing I'll say, and Professor, you mentioned this with Google and the founders of Google, they got so many no's when they went to investors. Everybody thought it was a crazy idea. What do you mean, organize the world's information? Like, how absurd was that 2 decades ago? And now look at us. This is the world we're living in, and it's so normal to talk about. So I always think one of the greatest skills that young people can acquire and strengthen is all about resilience. You're going to get no's. And I always even tell young people, you're applying for a role at a company and there's no, I hate to use the word job, but there's no position that is what you're looking for. Don't think it doesn't exist. Tell them what you want to contribute. It's all about what you can contribute and do. And I always say to young people, like, create a space for yourself. Your story, how you think about things is unique. Everyone is unique in their own place in the world. Share that with the world.
Yeah, that's spot on. And don't forget to be humble and all that. Funny you mentioned Steve Jobs, because he was the original sponsor of my chair. I was a professor back in the 1980s. You'll be, I hope, surprised to hear, So I've been a professor a long time, and it was Steve that sponsored it. And we used to have this thing called Apple Masters, which was, because they'd invented all this cool tech. I hadn't got a clue what to do with it. So this was 51 famous people and me. It was wonderful. They had, Harrison Ford, Damien Hirst, Lauren Bacall, all sorts of extraordinary people. And we just had parties, we'd all turn up, and there would be all this Apple kit lying around. We were all given that at home as well. And we just do cool stuff with it, making digital movies with primary age children, with the, when we had the very first digital movies with QuickTime and so on. But what you really noticed starkly was that some people walked into that carrying their egos of I am, such and such. But the ones who did best were the ones who came in as learners and just said, wow, this is great. And, we're sort of locked away in the basement of the Royal College of Art for 3 days and, eating terrible sandwiches and drinking bad beer. But we had the most fantastic time because we all learned from each other, and Apple was sitting there learning from all that and saying, yeah, that's going to be worth doing. We did a thing over here with we had a lot of children online with the turn of the millennium. This was a Tesco's SchoolNet project. It was in Guinness Book of Records, biggest internet learning project in the world at the time. And Tesco didn't know why they were sponsoring it. We had kids everywhere, all over the country. His project was even on the carry bags. We had them going out and finding famous people where they lived and asking about their school days and doing climate measurements and just loads of stuff, But what Tesco learned from watching the children do all that was now here we are, and they're far away the biggest online grocery chain in the country. They sell half the online grocery goods. The other companies altogether make up the other half. So what they learned from working with children was to watch them and learn from them. And they were very smart in that. Same as Steve did all those years ago, learning from people who've got creative minds. Just watch what they do, and that's how you learn. So, don't undervalue, Aaliyah, how valuable you are to people. You're that golden generation, as I said earlier. Who,
Stephen, I was just about to ask you about that. Stephen, I know Haviva's got to get to the farmers market anytime now, before they run out of fresh hot sausage rolls and
before all my kids start yelling and screaming.
All those lovely apples, Haviva.
Nick, can I just say a thank you to the professor and to Aaliyah, and I'll log off.
Let me just, before you go, just very, very quickly, I'd just like Stephen to talk to you very quickly about the golden generation, which I know you've just positioned, because we're here today in Coventry just by fluke, really. I mean, it just happens to be the City of Culture this year for 2021, so a lot of investment's been there. We were delighted yesterday to have a keynote introduction from the Culture and Digital Minister, Caroline Dinenage. She was going to do it in her garden, but the neighbours started cutting their hedge, which didn't really help. And could I just do something to my audio, because I've got it in my ear and I know how to change it, because I found out how to do this morning. There we go. Get rid of that's better. My goodness, I've got my audio is coming back half a second later, which where my head's at the moment is not very good for your brain. Can you still hear me? Hopefully you can. You can.
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's all good.
Can you still hear that whistle out of interest? You can.
I'm not
yes.
getting the whistle this time.
Because I'm not getting it, but that's because my voice isn't coming. Whatever. I'll tell you about. You can come round sometime, Aviva, when the lockdowns come. Come round for dinner, and I'll show you how this works. Then you can run a conference like this, and I'll laugh at you. I'm only joking. No, so basically, City of Culture this year, Caroline Dinedge, and she talked about the importance of art and creativity for our children specifically, which is great. When you've got a culture and digital minister talking about the importance of creativity for children and art and culture and these connections, that's solid gold. And I'm not here to criticize the Department of Education today. I'm looking for the positive. When it's coming from the Department of Digital and Culture, that same woman whose role really is very much around the Festival 21 this year in Coventry, and also Festival UK 2022 next year, which I know a lot of people are calling the Brexit Festival, whatever, and if that's how they want to weaponize it, that's their prerogative. And I know there are concerns, and I'm sympathetic and part of that. But when the government puts £120 million into a festival of creativity and innovation to put this country on the map, on exports, on innovation, and to bring the brains here. People like you, Google are investing heavily in this country, and we're grateful for that. King's Cross, my boys are in school in Camden, part of Camden STEAM. We are going to support that, but we're also going to make sure that money is spent well. And we weren't lucky enough to be one of those 10 organizations that have been chosen for that. And that's fine, because we want to go grassroots. And that's what we did yesterday. And we had some amazing conversations yesterday with a young woman who runs a theatre project as part of a local theatre group there for young women like her who've had a bit of a bumpy ride. There are some people who've got some substance abuse issues, some people who've had problems with education. They've fallen off the creative path possibly because of social issues, background. Maybe the curriculum was a bit narrow for them, or it didn't engage them. And we've actually got Karen Bales here from the National Education Union next, who's going to talk specifically about the craft of teaching, where you started, Aviva. The craft of trusting a teacher, as Professor Heppel talked about after the war. We had a curriculum not standardized across the country, but in Sunderland, they were talked about stained glass, and just up the road, they were talking about making ships. Down the road in Cornwall, they were talked about engineering and tin mining, which is why a young man from Redruth went to Shropshire to Ironbridge to get them to build the boiler for his steam train, because he needed one and they had the skills, and that's how it worked, you know. And that's what this is all about. So if we can be part of that festival of innovation, of creativity at two levels: one, to promote the UK to the world, but also to promote the power of art and creativity and tools and technology and people to connect this community, to connect this country and bring it back together. Surely that's got to be a good thing. Stephen, would you tell Aviva about this fantastic initiative that you've launched? Because everybody's talking about kids, they're losing their, the £40,000 lost income over a net life projection of 50 years, whatever, who gives a damn? What message is that to send a child at this time? Stephen, you've got some positive messages. Could you talk to Aviva about your Golden Generation project, please, and see what she thinks? Let's launch this now and stress test it with one of the most influential people I can imagine for it.
Yeah, well, that is thank you. It's I'll address this to all the students watching, but good news, it's all built on a Google platform, so you might like to hear what we've done. So I just got fed up, like so many others, with every time I turn the television on, hearing what it's like. It feels like hate speech, to be honest. The constant berating of children for being a lost generation, falling behind, not being able to complete their exams. It's impossible to turn on the daily news and not hear somebody abusing children in this way. And the reality of what I saw was something very different. I saw children who were exactly developing that resilience we've both been talking about, and creativity and ingenuity and deep learning, and doing all sorts of things during lockdown, not all of which was good. Sometimes they were, stuck with looking after three siblings and doing all the cooking, but they were having experiences that were valuable because they were experiences outside the box, in the way that wartime generation were bombed outside the box. This lot have been pandemicked outside the box. And it just seemed to me that on the one hand, it completely misrepresented what I saw children doing. And on the other hand, the damage it was doing to everybody's well-being and self-confidence and self-esteem is catastrophic. If somebody came on the news every day and said something as bad about women, for example, they'd be closed down within seconds, rightly so. So children, taking the brunt of crazy politicians who've got no understanding what's actually happening. So then when we started talking to children about what they were actually doing, they were doing so much. So building robots. My two granddaughters live with me at 7 and 4. 7-year-old's learned to sail brilliantly. She's gone through all the qualifications. That she's doing more at 7 than she's supposed to be doing at 15. The national authority have given her a boat. They've said, this is exceptional. You're going to be an Olympic sailor. Here's a boat, free, brand new, world championship winning boat. Great stuff, Others have done, and I'm building with the 4-year-old. Here I am, busy manufacturing gunpowder this morning, as you do, because why wouldn't you? So we started collecting all these things up, and we thought, this generation, as I was saying earlier, are absolutely the golden generation. They're the lot who have not been trapped in a box. Learning has escaped in a lovely way, and the learning's gone under the wire. The kids have gone with it, and they've gone to all sorts of interesting places. So we need to collect all those up. So what we did was to turn all of those, first of all, into a little sort of jolly cartoon, really, for want of a better description of all the many things that we're doing. And that cartoon is the basis for, oh look, I've been blown up onto a larger scale, but listen, I'll tell you where to find all these anyway. But we then thought, why don't we turn them into accreditation? Why don't we formally accredit this wonderful golden generation with being just that? Why don't we produce a certificate for them that says, hey, you, insert name, are this golden generation with all the resilience and ingenuity and capability that 75 years ago rebuilt Europe and rebuilt North America. And why don't we say to them, tell us what you've been doing? And then on the back of the certificate, it'll generate some of the things that they've been doing. And you pull the lever, it asks for your name, it asks for your email, it deletes the email. GDPR, it deletes the email when it sends you a PDF of the certificate, which you can print out. A3, A4. It's nice, it's shiny. It looks a bit like Where's Wally? There's so many things happening on the front page, but we've been trialing as a sort of beta. It's all built in Google Forms, actually, a bit of clever scripting. We've been trying, there's a Spanish version as well, English and Spanish, and we've been trialing it. Hundreds of people have already poured in. And I'm sitting here almost tearful, looking at the list of things they've been doing, from being a principal carer for an older relative to being, a mum, an acting mum for the 3 siblings, to being, suddenly, the kids down here studying live botany on the beach, and sharing with the local naturalists and the local fishermen what they've understood about the flora and fauna of the place they live. It's just humbling to see it all. So we've launched it as a certificate. If you go to heppell.net, it's HEPPELL, heppell.net /golden, and write it down. It's a goodie.
Just like I did.
HEPPELL.
I got one as well. If they'll give me a certificate, anybody can have one.
Anybody can have one. But
well, and there we go. This is one. This is Nick. I typed it in. I've connected kids with their art and communities with their schools. Now that's a certificate only Stephen Heppell's going to give me, because nobody at the Department of Education is ever going to give me a certificate of that. And you know what, Stephen? That made it all worthwhile. You had a tear in your eye. I actually did have a little cry when I read that and printed that, because you're empowering people to own their own education, and that's powerful.
We already know that droves of children have printed them out. They've had them laminated. Kids who can't afford a printer have taken them on their phone down to the local store and said, can you print this out for me? The store's not even charging them when they hear what it is. I was just talking to 2 a couple of days ago. They've got them on glass frames on their bedroom walls. Every night when they go to sleep, they say, that's us, that is. We're that golden generation. And self-esteem is right up here, So it's And we want to get it. I mean, obviously, it's free. There's no advertising. It's entirely not for profit. We just want to get it into a million homes and a million children, really, or more. So, you know, the beta phase is over really now. We're sort of saying, okay, let's go. There's no advertising budget. It'd be great to have one, but this is all by word of mouth, people passing it on through social media. And boy, are they passing it on. So it's, it's a cracking thing. So we're pretty proud of it. And
let's be quite clear, we didn't get you here to twist your arm on this, Aviva. I've got you here because you're the only person I know who lives around here who'd come and help us out. And you're just one of those people that keep saying yes. I love you to pieces for that.
Well, it's an honor. Can I just say one last thing before I
Sure,
log on?
I know you have to go. I'm so sorry.
I love this so much because we're the older generation trying to steer the younger generation and making a really challenging time into opportunity. And I always say this to young people, like, a challenge is a good thing. Hardship is a good thing. It makes you stronger. And so I just love what you've done. I don't know if you have a TikTok channel yourself. I would challenge you to do that. But I myself will look into this, and I will do my best to broadcast this in mediums where I think people will be looking at this. And I will get my own kids to do this because I think it is such a beautiful thing. Nick, thank you so much for hosting this conversation. I think it's so critical. And I don't know if anybody on this and the government, education government, school boards are listening, but I think the only thing that I will say, coming from Silicon Valley to London, which I never thought I would ever be living here, I'd love to see more creativity, more makers labs in the schools. The UK is so great at setting the foundation of the things that kids need to learn, but what they really lack is the creativity, which is what I know STEAMco brings, and I love it so much because kids need to be the maker of their own future, and there's so much opportunity.
Be careful what you wish for with Stephen. Be careful what you wish for. You'll have another hour and a half off him now. Here he goes. Look.
I know. I love it. I love all of these things. And Aaliyah, feel free to look me up on LinkedIn, Haviva Kohl, Kohl. I am happy to guide you in your university applications, whatever. Look at your resume. I would love to just kind of be of service. I think we are living in a very interesting time, and we need to take care of the future generations. So,
Haviva, there are two things I'm going to say to you. I'm going to let you go now.
Thanks for that. Thanks.
I've got a book here, Haviva, which has got your name on it. I'm going to give this to you this week. It's called Wild Thing by Mike Fairclough. He's a head teacher in a school in Sussex. He drives around the grounds in a quad bike. He has got 4 buffalo in the school. Teaches the kids to shoot and to catch fish. And he's got this idea, which I sort of took out of the book: live a creative life by doing things like just being grateful for what you've got. If you're grateful for what you've got, the research shows you'll be happy. If you're happy, you get lucky. You meet people like you when you go into Queen's Park. A few years ago, thank you very much, Aviva. A few years ago, I met an amazing woman from Google called Nishma Rob, who's UK marketing director. And this is what happened when she supported a project I did in King's Cross, the first ever #Art Connects Festival, because art is what we call it when what we do connects us to other people. And Google, for me, is a company full of people like you. We call you creative carers or artists. Thanks very much, and I'll see you in the
King's
market.
Cross, it's all about connections. One
thanks.
organisation has stood by us all the way, actually, since Liverpool. And that's Google, actually. Google have just been fantastic. One of their creative directors spoke at our first ever event. This lady has been a rock to STEAMco.
So I'm marketing director at Google and a huge fan of Nick and all the work he's been doing. And we've done a lot in the space to try and promote STEM, particularly in schools, particularly girls getting into STEM, where we can see at the heart of that is creativity. And we believe that without that, and the absence of that, particularly in our children's lives and their education, will lead not just to challenges from an employment perspective, but really, so I'm going to talk about today about some of the skills that we look for when we're thinking about employing people into our team. The reality is what we really want, what we're really excited about, and where we're reliant upon you developing this in your children and through the teachers that are in here as well. We actually want explorers. We want people who are going to go and find the new and look for the different and look for the diverse. We're looking for dreamers. I spent so much of my childhood actually being told off by teachers for being a daydreamer, but actually I think that's been at the very heart of certainly my creative inspiration. So we're looking for people who like to solve tough problems, who, you know, we set our engine. We're looking for individuals, people who really are happy to stand out in the crowd, who want to look at things differently, and who bring their entire self to work each day in a respect. And we love, this is a picture of you guys, you love this, and this is Google Cardboard. Google Cardboard was created out of something we call 20% time. So all of our engineers, we love storytellers. I think Anish Binoska, you love a story, don't you? Yeah. Because I think at the very heart of Googliness is creativity. Because Googliness is about feeling uncomfortably excited. It is about the kind and the collaboration. So that's Google. We're really, really, really super proud of the work that Nick's doing. You're an endless hero for all of us. I tell you, phenomenal.
Team hug. Big round of applause for this lady. She works quite hard, 80% of the week. Anyway, that's the start, isn't it?
That's not a bad job when you only have to work 4 days a week, is it, everybody? I know I've had emails off Nishma at 2 a.m. She's signed off purchase orders for little bits and pieces on her expenses. Would be absolutely nothing without people like that, and that was just wonderful. Haviva's just such a lovely, generous person, and you know why these people get their jobs, because you know they're just human beings who get it. Alea, I'm going to say your name wrong all day today. Could you just forgive me for that? Do you think? Because I'm just rubbish. Alea. I'll write it on a post-it note here somewhere. Alea, what were your thoughts about Haviva now? Because she's possibly one of the most significant people in Google in terms of recruitment, and I'm not saying you're going to get a job or anything, but what are your thoughts about speaking to that, and what you thought of, and Nishma there, these are ordinary people doing ordinary jobs, you know, what do you think?
Oh, well, speaking to her, you get a whole different idea of her perspective and what she's seen and gone through in her life already, and her opinions. And it was great to hear her talk about education and the fact that she went into education and teaching, and then decided to go on to Google, and to hear her views on the different platforms that we can use to get children and adults involved in creativity like TikTok was really great to hear about.
Fantastic. Stephen, what are your thoughts very briefly? I'm just going to get hold of a chap, Karen Bales, actually. I need to get him a call connection. So if you could just maybe discuss briefly in little bites, maybe sort of sound bites between the two of you, what you thought of Haviva and the Google challenges.
I mean, the interesting thing about technology is everything comes and goes. You know, before I was around in obviously when the internet was invented. You know, I think I had the first year, which was early 1990s. I had an advent calendar on the World Wide Web, and it was the only one that Christmas. And I think this year there were 17 million or so of them, you know, and the only way of searching then, we didn't even have a browser. There was no Netscape or Chrome, or we had to write our own browser to be able to see the internet. And then along came Yahoo and Alta Vista, which were big, you know, big companies who sort of gathered everything together and said, here it all is. And I don't think anybody even knows who they are now, you know. Companies come and companies go. Big computer company would have been ICL, and they've gone. IBM grows and shrinks, and Google will go the same way eventually. You know, so it's really interesting for today's school students to think what's going to come after. What will be the thing that comes after Google? And it's always good fun to try and run at the edge, try the new things out. I definitely recommend having a bit of a look at TikTok. It's full of strange people doing unlikely dances in inappropriate clothing, but there's also a lot of other stuff happening in there. And there's a lovely thing called Clubhouse, which is a social media environment where you just talk. You don't see anybody, just talk and you hear their voices, which is really good. So, you know, keep trying the new stuff and have a think about what's going to be the next big thing and understand it. For me, I think the size is getting smaller and smaller. That's why probably TikTok is interesting right now, because everything is down to 30 seconds on what they call micro learning. You know, everybody telling you a little bit about what you need to know, and you assemble all the pieces. bit like baking a cake, a bit of that, and a bit of that, and a bit of that, and give it a stir, and ooh, that seems to be rising. I think it's rather than the here is an online lesson which tells you everything you need to know in 40 minutes. I'd sooner have 30 1-minute things that assemble it all together and let me find a pathway through. But in all this, you still need deep learning people in Google, proper clever, and they understand something really, really well. We were able to build a certificate.
Stephen, before you go any further, let me stop you right there. Aaliyah, can you do me a favour?
Yeah.
When Stephen says things like that, can you do me a favour and write it down on a notepad somewhere? # micro learning. I've never heard of that before.
Okay.
Have you heard of that before?
No.
No, I hadn't. So hashtag that. I think a lot of people would like to hear that. So could you do me a favour, and I'll give you the Steamco login on Twitter. Go to Steamco Twitters for me. Take a photo of the screen at that time, as Stephen says, with you on the screen as well. Tag yourself in it, put some yourself, but say micro learning is bloody blah, blah, blah. Find out all about it now at the #EvolveEd21 conference, where I'm on the stage with Professor Stephen Heppel or whatever. Could you, for the rest of the session, could you do that tweeting for me? Now, we've got a bit of budget to pay social media, and that will help me give you some money for expenses then. Is that all right?
Well, on my login or in
do some on yours and do some on me, but we do need people knowing about this event. And as Stephen has pointed out, this is an amazing opportunity. Well, I'm not going to say you can take. It's a pretty good opportunity for you to be seen, to be with people like him. And as Stephen said, you need to start building what I call an audit trail of credibility. And you can't fake everything. I do my best to write blogs today and then date them 3 years ago, so it looks like I was doing cool stuff. But you can't fake a tweet. But if you put one up today in 5 years' time, no, look where I was 5 years ago. I can't believe that 5 years ago I was at King's Cross with Nish Marov, and you've got to catalogue it. So take some screenshots, go crazy. Sorry, Stephen. Let me see where Karam is, but I'll leave you guys carry on for a moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure I quite buy the hierarchy of you're lucky to be with me. I think we're just lucky to be having this.
That's why I thought twice about
conversation together. To be honest, I think it's.
I thought twice after saying
that. Throughout my life, I kept meeting people who say, sooner or later they'll get it right, or sooner or later they'll. And the one thing I've learned for sure is there is no they. There's only us, So, if we're going to make learning better, let's do it together.
I think, in my defence, Stephen, I hope I certainly meant lucky to be here in this situation as opposed to with me, because I'm a silly man with an orange jacket on and you're a professor. But you're absolutely right to pick me up on that. Now we have got Karen round here. Actually, I'm just going to see if I can get Karen up on the screen. Believe it or not, it's a bit harder than it is on Zoom, because I have to click that. I have to put my bus A, bus B, and bus G. And then I have to go and map him into the virtual studio that you're all sat on. So I go and find that. Where did I put that? That's in my red tab. And if anybody wants a training course in absolutely frying your brain, I'm happy to offer those. So I'm going to put him on the main screen, I think.
Actually, it's genuinely interesting that you're talking about process as you go, and people see product. But I think having you chat about, what you're doing and how hard it is sometimes to do it is just nice. Process, not product, is always a good route.
Well, I'll be honest, I do that quite deliberately, actually. Now, this is the billion-dollar question today, Karen. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You rascal. Please don't do that. That was 3 milliseconds too long, that pause. Now, I've seen you a lot on Twitter, and obviously you represent the teaching profession. Could you just maybe talk to us for about 5 minutes around I actually like to call it the hashtag art of teaching, the craft of teaching, and not just something out of a direct instruction manual. Maybe reference the importance of curriculum and how you believe that's impacting young people. Now, if you could do that 5-10 minutes, and then I think I'd love to know what Aaliyah says first, because I think Professor Heppel's probably heard a bit of it before and will nod a little bit, but maybe say who you are, what you do, and then maybe talk to those points. Could you do that for us? I know this is very last minute, and I only texted you this morning and said, we're on, can you do it? So please bear with me on that. And thanks. Well, I should actually rewind. Thank you for joining us, Karen Bell. Thanks a lot. I'll shut up now and stop this microphone beeping in your ear.
Okay, thank you very much. So, for those of you listening, I work in an alternate provision room in a mainstream secondary school. So a lot of what I do is working with those students who've got a lot of barriers to learning, a lot of SEND, a lot of anxiety, a lot of school refusers, county lines kids, those kind of students that really struggle to stay in mainstream. And what I found about the importance of curriculum and in relationship to teaching with those students is that the Gove reforms and the changes to the curriculum have caused a lot of problems with how I go about supporting these students. So with a lot of the students I deal with, the most important thing is relationships. A lot of these students have not had a good time over their time in school, and I normally pick them up at GCSE level. And what I'm finding is that my specialty is science. So if I'm looking at the curriculum and how I go about teaching that curriculum, it's the new GCSE curriculum is brilliant for an A-level student for a student that wants to go on to study science at A-level, that wants to go off into university. It's really good. It's really good for them. It's a really, really high level of rigor. They took a lot of A-level content and put that into GCSE. However, the actual structure of the course and the sheer level of content is causing a lot of issues for my students, particularly whilst we're now talking about the idea of catch-up curriculum. Well, a lot of my students have lost a lot already, either due to medical issues, due to psychological issues, due to constantly being moved around. We take on a lot of students that get removed from other schools as well. So they're children who've already had a lot of disruption, and the sheer density of the content makes it really, really difficult for me to be able to catch up with students, and it's quite intimidating for them. The other thing is to do with when we look at the curriculum and the way that the course is now developed, the loss of coursework, the loss of the ability, putting everything into these kind of final all or nothing exams at the end of year 11 without coursework, without the module exams, which was how my GCSEs were structured. That once again, that puts up a massive barrier for them, because it's not like they've already clocked up some marks beforehand. And then when you look at the actual exam, they remove crib sheets. So for instance, my students have to try and memorize 22 equations for physics. If they can't memorize those equations, a lot of the structure of the course will be, can you state the equation, and then the rest of the questions, how they use that equation, which is the proper science, is evaluating the experiment, applying the equation there. But without these spreadsheets, with these changes we've got, I am finding these students are really, really struggling. And as I said, it is all to do with building up confidence. I'm dealing with students that they've got really low confidence. They've got lots of motivation issues, and it's really difficult once they've had those gaps in learning to try and get them back up to a level where they can assess the course. I can teach them to understand science. I can get them to understand the basic principles. They can have a good discussion about science by the time they've been in my room. But the ability to actually hit the mark scheme because the mark schemes are very tight, and I appreciate the mark scheme has to be tight when it comes down to language, but there is so little leeway for these students to be able to accept, to be able to get through to what they need. Yeah, it's quite alarming, really. Sorry, I've just lost my handwriting for this isn't very good. I do apologise. So as I was saying, I do.
Karen, please don't worry about anything like that. If you'd been here earlier, you'd seen me with my breakfast all down my front and complete disaster meltdown on tech front. So you're among friends. It's what you say that matters. As long as we get there in the end, that's all that matters. So please don't worry about that.
All right, and cheers. So I was saying, so with me, I think the art of teaching, we can talk a lot about the different methods that are used in the classroom, the tricks of the trade and things like that. But it does come down to the student's well-being. If the student isn't in the right place to learn mentally, then they're not going to be able to access that learning. It's about making sure that they feel safe, that they're in a safe learning environment, isn't it? And I think that there are a lot of the modern education system, the sheer amount of pressure that comes down from the leadership. And I think one of the key things that is the league tables, the obsession with data, that high pressure that comes from the government onto the school. So a lot of school leadership will put that pressure on teachers, and even if teachers are doing everything they can not to put that onto the students, even unconsciously, some of that pressure is coming on. And there's been a lot of research done before a lot of COVID hit about the increasing amount of mental health difficulties that children are having. And we are picking up a lot more of that at the same point as CAMHS has become inaccessible over the last decade. So that is my major concern. And if you look at the kind of students that I'm dealing with and their accessibility to education, as the pressure for league tables has ramped up over the years, we are now seeing a massive impact of off-rolling. The Education Policy Institute in 2019 produced a report where they accessed the DFE student database, and they decided to look at unexplained exits from school. So these are ones where there was no reason given for the students leaving, and they found around 50,000 children have left education, and they don't know what's happened to them since. If we look at it, so I've got the key findings of the report. If we look at the exact findings of the report, was several vulnerable learner groups are particularly likely to leave schools' roles for unknown reasons. Such moves are not accounted for by changes in care placements or changes of address. The following have been subject to an unexplained exit. And then the statistics are 1 in 3 pupils in contact with the social care system, 1 in 7 disadvantaged pupils, those eligible for free school meals, 1 in 8 pupils from Black ethnic backgrounds, 1 in 8 pupils with low attainment at primary school, 1 in 3 pupils who have experience of permanent exclusion, or 1 in 5 of those who have experience of fixed period exclusion, and 2 in 5 pupils of all pupils who had experienced a high number of authorised school absences during their time at secondary school. So what we're seeing at the moment is I think the pressure cooker of our current education system on students and on school leadership is having an impact. And it's all about as far as I'm concerned, I think it's about re-engaging these students. It's about removing a lot of the stress. It's about making education fun again. We should enjoy learning. If these students don't learn to enjoy learning, if they can't do that, then in the long term they're gonna have massive barriers moving forward, because increasingly the world of work, you can't rely on your standard education. We get our qualifications, and then we have to go off and get our professional qualifications, our skills in the workplace. We have to continue to love learning. And at the moment, I think that we've got a system which damages the relationships between students and pupils, and it damages their motivation as well. I think that's the main part of my spiel. If you've got any questions or anything else you'd like me to cover, please let me know.
No, I think that's an excellent introduction, Karen. Stephen, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I know that's resonating in many ways with you, isn't it? How would you summarise your thoughts quite concisely, just for us?
Well, just thinking back on 2 of our big projects, really, and how that, of course, that resonates. I mean, we ran notschool.net for just over 10 years, which was not school. It was kids who'd been excluded from school by behaviour or circumstances, and we had many thousands of them each year, so tens of thousands of kids, and all sorts of interesting things about them, one of which being how motivated they were when they finally were in a place where they could re-engage. One of them said to me memorably that trouble with school is when you're really bad at something, they give you more of it, which is a really nice insight, the way things were, but if I look at those kids went on, we had to recreate a university course for them, because the model of university entrance and the degree model was very much built on that staircase model that schools have got locked into. So we set up a degree course called Ultraversity, and a huge number of those excluded kids went through the degree course. In the end, as a cohort, they outperformed the schools that had excluded them, which was a comforting sort of thing. But so many of them at the degree course got first-class honours degrees. We were embarrassed in the first year. We thought, crikey, nobody will believe it's a proper degree, because like half of them had got a first class, So we brought in people from 3 other universities to triple mark it, and have a look at the work. And they all said, yeah, no, you're right. The marks you've given are wrong. They need to be higher. So they moved everybody up. That's not supposed to happen, So even more of them got first-class degrees. Kids have in them the potential to be fabulous as learners. And I'm on the BAFTA Council for the BAFTA awards. You get your mask, walk down the red carpet, blah, 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 One thing that's really starkly noticeable there is that the people we give the mask for cinematography to very often can't fill in the form to say they've had it, because they don't have a great skill at linear narration, but they're really, and that's what makes them great cinematographers. They see the whole picture in one, rather than this bit and this bit and this bit and this bit. And I think the mistake has been in schools, particularly in the last decade or two, is to narrow everything down so much that to be excellent at that, unfortunately, misses out a whole lot of kids who are excellent at a lot of other things. We did a project called EV.
Stephen, I think what you've just said there is one of the most insightful things I'm going to hear all day today, actually, that you win a BAFTA, but you didn't have the skills to fill in the form. Could you tweet that, please, Aaliyah? I don't know if you remember the BAFTAs a couple of years ago. Ridley Scott.
Everybody, but that's
no,
that's not everybody.
No.
But a exceedingly large number of them,
No, the point is that somebody was recognised for their creativity at the highest level in the world, yet struggled to do something that is considered critical. And it is important. This isn't about devaluing literacy and reading and writing and math. And I
remember when we were talking earlier about that. We were talking earlier about that Apple Masters thing with, all these sort of famous people using technology. I remember Ken Russell, who made some astonishing films. We sent him off to make a movie with an 11-year-old, and he was framing the picture, but he couldn't work the camera to save his life. And she was, showing him which buttons to press and how to work it. This was in the early days of digital photography, and she was completely on top of it. And he'd made, a dozen or more, BAFTA-worthy movies, but he couldn't work the camera at all, So sometimes people have one skill set but not another. The trouble with the curriculum, it narrows down so much. It doesn't let you have those other skill sets, And I was going to give the second example, really. We did a project, and this was me writing to the QCA, the Quality and Curriculum Authority, who'd set up an exam for ICT, sort of an exam for can you use a computer. And in a slightly bizarre way, you did the exam on paper, it's like, hang on a minute, So I wrote them this for me, I'm quite an easygoing bloke. I wrote this slightly sniffy letter saying, how the hell can you teach computing with a set of multiple choice tests, And to their great credit, they wrote back and said, oh, okay, Stephen, how would you do it? And so we set up this wonderful thing. This was around 2002, somewhere around there. So we had a dirty, great big computer in New Zealand, which was doing speech recognition and artificial intelligence. And we said to the kids, this was in 7 schools over 3 years, so it was several hundreds of children. We said to the kids, here's all the competency statements of things you might be able to do by the time you leave school at 18. They were only 14. And we said, pick the things you think you could do. Never mind what you're supposed to do, just pick the ones you think you can do. And they went, well, I reckon I could do that and that, and I don't know what that is, I can do that. They picked a few out. And then we said, okay, over the next 2 years, I want you to show us your evidence that you're on the way to doing that capability. And they had a little website, a bit like a blog, and they could say, well, here's where the wheels fell off my robot and I realized I'd been doing it all wrong, or here's where you worked really well and everybody clapped. They're milestones, which were sometimes failures and sometimes successes, with the evidence of their learning journey. And then at the end, their phone rang and, oh, hello, it's Stephen. It was a Viva, and they had to defend what they'd learned across the 2 years in a Viva, and they were talking to a computer. And we'd said to them, do you want to talk to a teacher or a computer? And they said, computer, please, because firstly, it's more fun, but secondly, I make a mess of the answer, press the button to do it again. The teacher will never forget the bad answer, and the computer will, because teachers remember. So they had this sort of Viva at the end. Now, it was all pretty cool. It was, artificial intelligence, cloud-based. Wow, in the day. But here's the really stunning thing. Not one child, 7 schools, 3 years, 3.5 years really, not one child ever stepped for themselves a set of capabilities that was unambitious as the ones that the curriculum set for them. So they always said, I can do that and I can do that. Even when the curriculum said, well, you can't do that at Key Stage 1, or, they were more ambitious for themselves than the government was. Second thing, no child in all those years ever missed their capabilities. So having set them for themselves foolishly high, they all, every child, every capability, every year, achieved them. And it gives you this sense of, if they had a lot more agency over what they were supposed to learn and how they evidenced the fact that they'd learned it, we'd see an awful lot more children succeeding. And exactly as you described, by saying, the playing field for success is so narrow, that's the most stressful thing ever. If I'm great at producing little video vignettes, but now I've got to write it all in prose, not even bullet points, it's got to be prose. But I'm doing science, how the hell does that help me to learn? So, one of the things we learned from it was the broader the playing field, the more ways you can succeed. And it just breaks my heart to see that narrowing down here, particularly perhaps in England, when the rest of the world is going the other way. OECD, economic development for the developed world, they're saying the most important thing for children to be able to do is collaborative problem solving, sometimes at a distance, and showing great and deep knowledge, but not telling you how you have to show it. So the world's gone off this way, and we seem to have just gone off only temporarily, but it's painful to watch down this little narrow corridor, which of course where the not school kids were, and they were just such an early indicator of how good kids could be. And that was funded by the Department of Education, by the way. It was when the sort of things changed. All that got deleted from the surface. I don't think the evidence of that project is in sanctuary buildings anymore, which is sad,
Aaliyah, what are your thoughts, following on from what Karen said there around the curriculum? How did you find the curriculum, and how did you find your teachers? If we talk about the art of teaching, where a teacher can meet the needs of a young person by connecting with them. That's why I call it the art of teaching. If art connects us, then it's an art, because you're connecting. And Karen is almost picking up the pieces of young people who've almost been failed by a system. What are your thoughts around that, Aaliyah?
Really, I think it depends on what school you go to, and whether they have the right stuff to bring in different subjects for the curriculum, and the teachers that are there. At my school, art is connect with the pupils a lot. They work with them on such a whole new level, and trying to engage and get them to do things, because the reason I'm doing this and my campaign is because of my teachers. They connected me with my art. But I wouldn't say that schools have the perfect curriculum. and I agree with what you're saying. I'm not sure what else to say. Sorry.
Well, no, that's fine. Don't worry.
I'd also chip in there with, I mean, teachers are wonderfully heroic people, and the way they've stepped up during the pandemic, I think, has been clear evidence of how good they all are. You know, it's been fabulous times. We did a survey years ago of people's best learning experiences ever, and you know, they always did something. They did something that was hard. They had an audience for what they'd done. Turned out to be really important. But they always had a teacher or a coach or an adult of some sort as part of it. But they remember those people as being actually a little crazy. You know, they were eccentric they were passionate about their subject. They cared so much about terminal moraines that their holiday, they go off and look at glaciers. You know, they cared so much about poetry. They'd spend the day talking in rhyming couplets. You know, they were just a little bit eccentrically crazy about their subject, and they loved all that. That turned out to be important. One of the problems, though, now is that what are the subjects? You know, in this country, we have a lot of biologists, thank you very much, quite a lot of technologists, hurrah, but there's a real national shortage of biotechnologists because those two subjects aren't put together often enough. So because the subjects are still in boxes, we miss out on the careers that are overlapping between the boxes. And exactly as you heard in the conversation earlier before this one, you know, we want people who can solve problems and bring all the pieces together. We don't want people who just know one set of pieces. So it's, you know, you can feel the curriculum changing under our feet. And for the folk that you're looking after, you know, who become a little detached from the path of righteousness, so to speak, you know, they're the most valuable ones because they're coming at this left of field and right of field and from a different direction, and somebody has to tell them how valuable they are. Really, really important.
Karen, anything you'd like to add? We're actually running we've been running very, very late, I'm afraid. We're going for 2 o'clock. Actually, we've got a live link with Professor Sugata Mitra in Calcutta. He's calling in at 2, so I really don't want to keep him waiting because it's quite late in the day. Any final words, thoughts about what you've seen, heard today? Any comments about, you know, the profession, because you've had a very tough time lately, without being, you know, too angry, too political, but you're allowed to obviously comment on process and how it impacts you, your colleagues, and what we call brave school leaders. Because for us, as a head teacher said to me in Sunderland a few years ago, it was a beautiful, remarkably creative school. And I said, how do you get away with all this creativity? He said, Nick, Ofsted are clear. They value creativity, but it takes a brave school leader who believes and understands the value of art and creativity to give every child the best chance to engage them. What are your thoughts on that, Karen, before we move on?
Yeah, it does. There's like it's been an amazing year. Sometimes it feels like it's gone by in a flash. Other times it feels like we've lived a decade in 12 months. It really is. Some of the schools which I seem that seem to be doing best for me when I talk to staff or I know students there are kind of ones where the heads are. You're right, brave leaders. They've got to be willing to try things new. If all you do is just follow the government diktat without thinking about your kind of relationships and your engagement of pupils, without looking at the skills that your staff have got as well. Like some schools have made really good use of their support staff. You've got a range of people who've all worked in other types of industry. They've come in for various reasons to be support staff. And some schools have done a really good job of kind of broadening the experience that children have. And my final comment is that narrowing, one of the main causes is the English Baccalaureate, where the government turned around and said some subjects are more valuable than others. We will be posting how many of your children get the baccalaureate. Then schools with limited resources after austerity we're seeing our creative and our technology subjects, they're just withering away because the government has decided basically some subjects are more important than others, which isn't right. It takes everybody we need all of our subjects for all of our different careers, don't we?
Yeah, and also they, as you said earlier, they decided that some approaches, well, so coursework went and collaborative work went and practical science went and field trips went and theatre studies went. All those ways of enriching and broadening the curriculum disappeared, and yet they're still enormously valuable. But fear not, because around the world that's not what's happening. So they'll all come back, because we're in a global thing now, not a national thing, I think, anymore. So I don't think there's any bad politicians out there. I don't think there's any malice. They get it wrong, but they don't get it wrong because they hate children. They just get it wrong. So it all comes back full circle. In the end, learning wins, and we can amend the world with learning. We need all hands on deck. We need every kid to be passionate about learning, to leave school, can't wait to get into more learning for the rest of my life, And at the moment, we've extinguished too many of those. And then we worry about the cost of all those extinguished joys, But so it'll all come back. And I guess, to be honest, with Brexit, we really need all hands on deck. We need ingenuity. We need fresh thinking. Very much like after the war, it seems to me. We need people who can think outside the box and invent new solutions. And we won't do that by ignoring 2/3. I mean, it's quite interesting if you look at the number of kids in the world who are able to learn. There's about 2.2 billion children in the world, and about half of them have a pretty grim time with education. 25 million kids in Pakistan, no school at all, that sort of thing. So about half those 2.2 billion have a fairly bad time. They certainly don't get any education beyond 10 or 11. Of the 1.1 billion who are going okay, their experience is pretty poor, and about half of them get to school but don't enjoy it for reasons of bullying. The curriculum's too dry. There's 70 kids in one class or whatever. So we've halved the numbers again. And then of the quarter that are left, we put them through a testing system where we fail about half of them. So we take 2.2 billion children and we manage to turn it down to about 250 million that we think are successful. And we're not going to solve the world's problems by ignoring all those intelligent, ingenious, resilient, creative children. So, the thing has to turn back. It has to turn back, and it will very quickly. These things do go in cycles. I mean, Siddhartha will be telling you about some really interesting.
He'll have some interesting perspectives.
Making learning happen.
Thank you very much, Karen. I'm delighted.
I'm going to miss Siddhartha because I've got to go to lunch at 2:00 because the grandchildren have cooked me lunch. I made a big special thing, so I'm going to nip out then. And you don't argue with a 4-year-old, I'll tell you. But I'll be back
that's
after
a shame.
that.
Well, maybe you can just catch him. Well, how long do you think you'll be at lunch for, Stephen?
I don't know what they've cooked. They've been doing it all morning. You will have heard Alexa coming on saying, "We finished this and we finished this," and they're sending messages to me.
I don't know.
You've got Gary there.
Well, Gary's just sat on your lap actually, and I should find you.
He's rather cozy actually.
Hello, Mr. Spracklen. How are you? Talking to Brave School leaders, Mr. Spracklen's here, our Brave School leader of the day. How are you, Mr. Spracklen? Can you hear me? Can't hear you, Mr. Spracklen. Why is that? Because I haven't got the audio on. Can you turn the audio down in your end? You got audio on a phone or something, Mr. Spracklen?
Yeah, I'm really well, thank you. But I don't think I can hear.
You can't hear me. That's one of these Skype things, and I'm going to have to map.
It looks alarmingly like a ventriloquist act. Gary's going to talk.
I can't hear you through my laptop. I've got my phone that's running it as well. But
Can you
obviously
hear?
there's a bit of a delay.
I don't mind. Okay. Do you know what I'd rather do, Gary? Actually, can we just do it on the call? Because I think I've had such a tech-heavy morning. I actually need to reroute the Skype audio back round through some fancy thing. So do you mind if we just send you a link and you come in on that?
Yeah, send me a link for the call. I'll hang up from Skyping.
Great. Thank you very much as well, Karen. Yeah, we'll catch you later. Thanks so much for your input today. It's been wonderful.
Take care.
Thanks,
And I hope, keep up the great work. We're here for our teachers. We're here for our leaders. We're here for our communities, our whole school communities. It's really, really important. So, solidarity on that one. Go and have your lunch if you want to.
Shall I go and see if the kids have got lunch now?
Okay.
Then I can have lunch.
Go and
do that, and then I'll come back.
Well, go and see them, and then because I'd like you to be here for Gary, because I know you've had some work with Gary, and I think if you've got time, I'd rather you were here for Gary than Sugata Mitra, because you've seen him speak before.
I'll stay for Gary because they've scheduled lunch for 2:00, so that's all fine, yeah.
So we've got a cardboard cutout of Gary now. I'm going to send Gary a link. So add input, video call. I've only got a version of this software that allows only so many callers. Yeah. Blow. Karam's gone. I could let him have Karam's, couldn't I? Where's my Karam link gone? Where's that Karam link? That's down here somewhere. Aaliyah, how's it going? What are your thoughts? You enjoying this?
Yeah, I was gonna hop off to go get myself some lunch quickly as well.
Okay, well,
you go when I go. We'll nip off at 2.
You don't want to miss Sugata Mitra, Aaliyah. Gary's great. You can watch this, but be here for Sugata. Go and get your lunch now, very quickly, and bring it back to your desk if you can. How long will that take? You've got to go out, or are you just going to grab a sandwich and come back to your desk? Or
just grab a sandwich.
I'm very lucky because my son brought me the most amazing pancakes and strawberries and all sorts of things. I can't believe it. I'll have to do this more often. This is amazing.
No, I won't be long. I won't be too.
Okay, that's fine. We'll see you soon. Somebody say something. Come on, Stephen, you can say something. You've gone quiet on us.
Oh yeah, I'll chat all day.
I know you will. Go for it. Talk about you've done a lot of work around school environments, haven't you? Talk about school environments for us, maybe a moment.
Tons. I mean, and I suppose the short version of that is that if you look at sport, where they have the sort of aggregation of marginal gains, they realise that every little detail makes a difference. I mean, the Great Britain cycling team, the Olympic cycling team, when they go to events, they take their own pillows with them because their research has shown them that they sleep better with the best pillows. So the right pillow makes a difference to their performance as cyclists. So we just started doing this in learning environments and saying what makes your brain the best it can possibly be. And some of the surprises in there, of course, are we found that if children sit upright on a chair like that, the blood doesn't go around their body very fast because, if you're trying to drive a car along a road and a right angle bends, you have to slow down. So we found that what children tend to do in class is lean back, and they lean back so their body isn't at 90 degrees, it's about 130 degrees, and that's the angle at which your oxygen goes around your body best, and you think best. And better still if you get out of your chair and move around a lot. We've some really interesting research from Illinois University where they gave kids a standardized maths test, and one group walked around the room, in fact sort of skipped around the room really, up to the beginning of the test, and then the minute the test started, they sat down and started work. And the other control group sat at their desks, and what is it your teachers often say? Gather your thoughts, take a moment, think calm, and then start doing the test. And the lot that sat quietly and then did the test, their brains were significantly less active than the ones who were moving around up to the start of the test. So, when your teacher says sit up straight and don't fidget, the correct answer is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be the best I can possibly be, and that requires me to slouch and fidget. That makes me smarter. You know, it's all really interesting.
Talking of slouching and smarter and brave and super and inspiring and connected, we have the wonderful Gary Strachan. Can you hear us, Gary?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Fantastic, that's better. It's all very well, this tech. I've had such a weekend of clever tech that I'm just going for the simple routes, and we've got you. At least you haven't got a bookcase. We've got a bookcase band today, so we'll go with that. That's fine. Gary, I just used the phrase hashtag brave school teachers, and you probably heard the reference to that. Teachers who believe in a creative approach to learning, who believe in engaging their communities, who are brave enough to have their communities work with schools. I know schools that don't want their communities anywhere near the place for good reasons, sometimes around safeguarding, but often because the teacher knows best. I know head teachers who know everything. They say they boast about never going to conferences, and nobody can teach them anything, and I think that's very sad. You, on the other hand, you have this mantra. Well, I'm not going to. I'll let you break it, but you have a very, very specific approach to the way you do things. It's a classic. Keep it simple, stupid. It's a very simple message. Could you maybe just talk for 5 or 10 minutes to that? And then we're going to, at 2 o'clock, we're going to Siddhartha Mitra in Calcutta. No pressure. Gary Strachan, everybody.
Well, I get to set up Siddhartha. That's brilliant. Well, it's wonderful to be here. And yeah, I'm head teacher at the Prince of Wales School in Dorchester. We're a small first school, but we have a big community, and community is very much at the heart of everything we do as a school. And we have an approach where we believe that all children, and it's a really important part that all children, because sometimes that gets missed off our little tagline, but it's where all children are inspired to learn. And that notion of inspiration very much is a golden thread that runs through our school. And we do a range of different things that perhaps are a little bit different than other schools, but very much at the heart of it is the children. And, you know, I've been listening for the last few hours, and I know Professor Stephen Heppell very well, and it's wonderful to hear the dialogue of what's being shared in this group today. And I'm a big fan of quotes. I don't know about you, Nick, but I love a good quote. And well, one of the quotes I often, you know, pull on with my staff is a quote that says, "Great innovation happens when people aren't afraid to do things differently." And I think, you know, that this weekend is a great example of that. I'm not sure how many other conferences have broadcast live from a cardboard cathedral before, let alone Coventry Cathedral. So huge well done to you, Nick, for the, you know, incredible effort and incredible learning that you've shown going through this weekend. And, you know, I sat there and watched your video from, it was Friday night, wasn't it? That, you know, you popped that video up and you model what it's like to be a learner. And, you know, that's what we try and do every day with our children.
Which video was
really.
that, Gary? Sorry, which video was that?
This was the video after you had to call off the Friday night, and you kind of sat upstairs and, you know, kind of, you wore your heart on your sleeve, Nick.
I had a bit of a cry, I think, didn't I? I had a bit of a cry. It was a bit big baby stuff.
But you know what? Everything that's worth doing is hard, and that's the message we give our children every single day. And actually, there's nothing I hate more than going into a classroom and seeing all the children just sat there answering questions right, because that means that we've got learning wrong. You know, learning is something we should grapple with. Learning is something that should be a challenge. Ultimately, if it's not challenging, then we're not learning. And actually, I tell my parents my prospective parents when they're looking around the school, that your children are going to find that their time here really hard. Actually, they're going to struggle. They're going to be what we call the learning pit. You know, they're going to be stuck in that pit, and but you know what? While they're here, they're going to learn how to get out of that pit, and the skills that they learn by getting out of that pit are going to help them for the rest of their life, because we see ourselves as very much the start of a lifelong learning journey. And I know that Professor Heppell's done work around lifelong university and things like that. And, you know, that's what real learning is all about. It's a lifelong journey. It's not something that just starts and stops. And this is why I'm, you know, deeply frustrated by the current narrative of, you know, our children are this much behind. You know, they're not behind at all, you know, and actually, you know, all the things that Professor Heppell's, you know, certificate recognises is it highlights all the things that they're learning at the moment, and actually they're learning more than ever, and we're having to catch up with them, not the other way around. And you know, I just think, for me, you know, we need to keep our eyes on the future. I said a moment ago, I love quotes, and I love this quote from Walt Disney that says, "Times and conditions change so rapidly that we must keep our aim constantly focused on the future." And isn't that right for times such as this? We need to be looking to the future. We need to be looking to not the current struggles that we're in because of COVID, but where this country, this world will be in 10, 20, 30 years time. And without doubt, that there's challenges in the future, huge global population growth and issues around climate change and things like that. But we've got the solution to all of that in our schools right now, and our job is to inspire that next generation to go and solve those problems that, yes, partly we created, but partly that we don't know the answers to yet, because they're the ones that hold those answers, not us. And I think that's an incredible privilege to be in that situation where we get to work with those children. But listening to different speakers that you've had today, and a continuing narrative on that, I think it's true that we're living in exponential times, and what we're seeing is the traditional death of education. That's where we're at. The traditional models are breaking down. They've been breaking down for many, many years now. And only a couple of days ago, I tweeted something from Stephen actually to a quite prominent educational reporter, and they were commenting on the state of the current exam system, and I actually quoted something that Stephen wrote in 1995. I kind of pulled it back up and said, these things. This dialogue has been happening for many, many years, and it's great we've got Stephen Witherstone. He's been involved in that dialogue for a long time now. But actually, what we've had in the past 18 months, because of COVID, has accelerated things. It's opened people's eyes to potential. It's shown that children can move on to the next phase of their education without sitting an exam. That's going to happen for 2 years in a row now. The world hasn't stopped turning because we haven't set children exams. Actually, what we'll probably find is more children get to move on to the next phase of where they need to. And actually, we'll look back and go, well, do you know what? I'm sure that in 5 to 10 years time, we'll have doctors turning around and go, do you know what? It's a good job I didn't have to sit that exam when I was 16 because I wasn't ready. But actually now, look at where I am now. Look forward. I'm now, I'm now operating on you, wherever it may be. But I think that's something quite special about this current time, and something that we should kind of celebrate, really. And there's always that kind of half empty, half full kind of mentality on things, isn't there? And I see certainly this current time as an opportunity to start over. It's our opportunity to be more mindful, to be more humble, to be happier, braver, and ultimately stronger than we've ever been before. And that's the ethos that we're embracing at the Prince of Wales School. I feel like we're standing on the shoulders of giants at my school, because my school was founded 25 years ago. At the time, it did something revolutionary, and a special school was closed and a unit role was attached to a mainstream school. And the children at my school, we have up to 10 children each year with highly complex physical needs. And now, 25 years later, what we see is just a full integration of those children, no matter what their needs, into a traditional mainstream environment. And it shows that actually, if you keep your eyes on the future and have a real vision of what you want and what can be achieved, then anything is possible. Because 25 years ago, talking about children with highly complex physical needs learning alongside and achieving in the same way as mainstream pupils, that would have been seen as as a dream, really. But actually, I'm living it every day with the children I'm working with, and that's because people weren't afraid to dream. They weren't afraid to go a different way than what was the traditional model of, okay, we'll just move these children into a special school environment. Actually, it is possible, and all things are possible. We just need to dream big enough.
Yeah, spot on, and I can confirm how well that school's going. It's a fabulous flipping place. It's a place you can dream and it happens, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, absolutely, and never more so. We've obviously, like all schools in England, we've not been together since that first day in January, shortest term ever on site, that one day, and but we still feel connected because we've got that sense of community, and we've got that sense that we're all in it together, and I think that's really important.
I wanted to say wow actually there, Gary, when you finished, but I have to fumble to get the mute button because my audio sound card is what's making everything whistle. So, and there is a way of writing a macro I've got a little MIDI controller here, which has got thousands of buttons on it and sliders, but I haven't read the manual on how that works either. But one day I'll be able to just press it all out and just press buttons. But I don't know if you saw, I've got 3 screens in front of me, and I've actually got to wear my glasses because it's set at 3000 DPI. The screen is, it's just so much. It's mad. At the end of today, if anybody's interested in how we're doing this, I'll give everybody a little guided tour. Maybe we'll have a whip round for my mental health bill. But Gary, that was wonderful, and you are the epitome for me of these brave school leaders, and I don't know what gives you the right or how you get away with it, and how it was, I don't know, or you were a free school originally, I think, which probably gave you a little bit of slack, didn't it? But I mean, what advice would you have for other school leaders like you if they really want to give it a go? Because obviously you've still got to pay your mortgage and keep a roof over your family's head, and it's an accountability system that so often causes the stress for a lot of people, isn't it? Really, it's that accountability metric, and if you're not brave enough, you tend to just go with the easy route, and that's obviously not working for everybody.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not convinced it is the easiest route personally to jump through government hoops. I think ultimately that's what's seeing so many people leave our profession. And actually, what for me has made it easy is actually just focus on the children, put the children at the heart of everything that you do. Talk to the best ideas that we run with at our school come from the children. It's a school that is led for and by the children. I'm just a facilitator for that, really. And they're the ones that really are at the heart of everything we do. Children and ultimately learning. It always amazes me when you look at different policies and different ethoses of education institutions, and they don't reference the word learning. And for me, it's all about learning. Everything we do is about learning. And if we put learning and children at the heart of it, then we can't go that far wrong. And I've personally, in my time, not met, an Ofsted inspector or even some, senior policy advisors that ultimately, when you drill into it a bit further, no one can argue with that. If you put children and learning at the heart of what you do, then you're not going to go far wrong.
I was in the world of advertising for quite a few years, and there's a thing called the Institute of Practitioners in Advertising, and everything they say is gold, basically. And they had this conference one day, it was the early days of digital, and they called everybody together and said, shock horror, and they pulled a chart up. And they said, we used to think that the world revolves around our brand. And we've now realized there are these things, not just consumers, but they're people. And digital is empowering them to make choices that we can no longer control. So we actually have to restructure the world of advertising around people. And that's one of my biggest concerns. I'm new to this. I don't care for this agenda that, if you've never taught in a school, you're not allowed to have an opinion, because I want an opinion on how the kids educated my children, let alone people in the country that I need to provide me with a pension one day. It's very important to me. And my observation has been that there are people who think it's very easy. I don't think they do this maliciously. It's very easy to think that schools exist for the teachers or the staff or as a convenience thing for them to do, and they're processing children. And it's awful language to use that. And I know that people would be up in arms if they heard me using that language. And one of the biggest tweeters one of my biggest friends on Twitter actually blocked me and has unfollowed me now because I said that in an honest conversation. But it's such a sensitive subject that people often run away with the words that they want to hear. And it's such a shame, because this is all about young people and children and their lives and the damage. And there are lots of conspiracy theories. In fact, it's actually quite economically convenient to fail a lot of kids, because we need kids in prisons because people make money running prisons. And I always remember going to Bodmin. Bodmin and at Dartmoor, you've got a village and a prison. You see the prison industrial complex in 100-meter walk there. What are your thoughts on that, Stephen? I think Sugata's around, actually. He was there a moment ago. He's gone. But what are your thoughts, Stephen, and that sort of observation there?
Gary's really interesting what he's done with that school, and I think look at the hinterland, which is very mixed, and the huge hospital complex down the road. So they've got parents there from, cleaners across to surgeons, and they're all interesting people. And when you engage them in the question, how can we make learning better? Everybody's got a hope that we can. You don't want people's opinions at this stage. You want their evidence, and you want them to say, "Oh, this school's tried this school's tried that." Gary hasn't said, but when the pandemic hit, first thing they did was get all their Chromebooks and laptops out of the school and around the community, and you sent the school desks out and the chairs, and you just distributed the school around the community. So that, whereas other schools are so anxious to impose the school on the children. I was looking at one this morning, got a set of rules about how you can appear on camera during a Zoom call. You must have your top button done up, and it's like, where are they coming from? This has to be about. Yeah, thank you. I haven't even got a button on my. This has to be about a passion for learning, and deep knowledge. I keep saying, a lot of false dichotomies out there. You've either got kids who are being naughty, or you've got kids who are learning, and what we want the kids who are learning real depth. And there's a lot of ways of getting to that, and that's a much more complex thing than it looks. The dichotomies are all false, but this is complicated. Making learning really good is complicated, but Gary and I have said often, it ain't hard. It's just complicated. There's no single bit. You don't say, oh, that's really hard, sending out all the Chromebooks. No, it's really not. But doing all the bits is what makes it really work, We've had kids in Spain where we had them, since you got your cardboard cathedral, we've had kids making their classroom in cardboard. And, what would learning be like in the future? And they've had cardboard desks, cardboard interactive screens, cardboard iPads, cardboard everything, The budget was zero. The learning got better. The learning got better because the kids were role-playing future learning. And it turned out the kids role-playing better learning was better than the learning we were giving them, So none of this is hard, but it is complicated. And if it hasn't got the kids at the heart of it, it's never going to work.
Gary, anything to add there?
No, I just think like I said earlier, we're living in exponential times. We have a real opportunity, but as Barack Obama says, we are the ones that we've been waiting for. We've got to put those things into action ourselves, and we've got enough inspiration now to get on and do it.
I totally agree with that. Aaliyah, and what are you thinking, Aaliyah, listening to Gary, how he has this idea of hashtag inspired to learn? What do you think about that?
I completely agree with that. Is when a kid or a student even is engaged in their learning and is extremely happy to be there and inspired, they become fully engaged in what they're learning and what they're doing. And I think that's really important for a student to go far and delve further into that area when they're inspired by their teacher. I know I was inspired by my history and politics teacher to go further into it, and that's such an important factor in a lot of children on why they go on to do some of the things they do.
No, that's a very good point. Well, thank you for that. Gary, what have you thought of what have you thought of the weekend? You provided some you did a great session on Friday, didn't you, with your rhinoceros art? I don't know if Stephen saw that. And you've also, we should be announcing actually, this has all come at us as a bit of a steam train, because obviously we had a bad night Friday and it's knocked us back, but we're actually going to have an open mic tonight. So at 7 o'clock, I've got an amazing young artist, poet, DJ from Cardiff, the Cardiff area. I should have said when I started this, I should visually present myself. I'm 6 foot tall, white male, big mouth, 58 years old, wearing a high-vis jacket. She is mixed race, LGBTQ, very creative, very inspired, very connected, and is going to write a poem that we're going to hear at the end of today, and then is going to sit with Chris Sullivan to talk about her education, because Wales has that new creative curriculum. So Gary, I mean, what tonight? Sorry, and tonight we're going to have, after that, 8 till 10, we're going to have open mic. Now, two of your families, I believe, have actually sending some stuff in, and we're going to be able to show that tonight, Gary. That's
that's right.
What are your thoughts about the weekend, Gary? And sort of, because you've been a very big part of this, and I'm delighted to twin you with Helen. Helen can't make it today; she's had a bit of a family thing going on. But so talk about that as well, maybe the twinning and what we're trying to achieve here by connecting.
Yeah, we're really pleased to be twinned with Joseph Cash Primary in Coventry now, and looking forward to continuing building on that relationship with Helen and the children there. It's been a wonderful weekend to be connected, and I think Nick, you always says art is anything that connects you, and we've certainly built some connections over this weekend, and it's great that our students will be performing this evening and sharing their passions and their talents. And what's been really interesting through this time, actually, going back to being in lockdown, is given children that time to really develop their passions and develop their talents. And we're going to see some fab creative performances this evening, and no doubt into the future as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I was just saying, Gary, the list of things people are putting on their Golden Generation certificate. I sit and watch them just go past on the screen, and it makes me cry. I mean, they're so wonderful to see, and you think, why on earth can't the media realise how good these guys are? Look, Nick, I've got to go and have that lunch the kids have prepared.
Actually,
otherwise
Stephen, I've been worrying that Sagata's not here. Sagata's one step ahead of me because he's a consummate professional in that he came online, checked his technology, and then muted his camera and microphone. Now, after the weekend I've had, I assumed it wasn't working and he'd fallen in a hole or the internet had gone down. So I'm sitting here just playing for time. And do you know what? So I'm actually going to just put a shout out now to Sagata Mitra. If you can hear us, to save me wasting any more emails.
If it was a hole, it'd be a hole in the wall, obviously. So.
Well, let's just see if we can get Sagata Mitra up here. Hang on a second. This would be a good time for you. It'd be a good time for you to all say rude things about him because he's not on the screen yet, but he'll be up here very soon. Well, I've just got to press a few buttons. So.
Oh no, he's utterly fab, and I've seen him talk in all sorts of different environments to people who are. We were together in a thing in India, and the national president was there and some other big wigs, and the show opened with a 16-year-old who walked up on stage and berated them. She wagged her fingers at them and said, why have you given me the education you've given me? I've spent the last year reading up on quantum physics. I've really got my head around quantum physics. It's not in the curriculum. I understand it so well. I've got a job. I'm now working in Silicon Valley from home here, doing quantum programming for quantum computers. And she just left that job to go off and do a thing with US robotics because they'd headhunted her at 16. She said, I can do all this. Why is it not on the curriculum? But she was really giving them a hard time. You could hear a pin drop in the audience. And so he and I we've had some pretty good, there he is, look.
I was going to ask you to, so Stephen, you've co-created this event with me. Could you pretend that Sagata's not popped up, and I can't get rid of him very easily, but in fact, I'll tell you what I can do. I can just zoom down. Let's just pretend Sagata, let's do this big entry again. Let's just
there. He looks really good there.
Stephen, could you, you've co-created this event with
guys, I'm here twice on the screen as far as I can tell.
You've gone, Sagata.
There's one of me on the left, there's another one on the right.
We've forgotten you've even arrived at all, I'm afraid. Professor Heppel, it's been a pleasure to co-create this event with you today. Would you, before you go and have your lunch with your grandchildren, would you just say a couple of sentences to introduce somebody who I personally believe is an utter legend in the world of education? Not everybody agrees with everything he says. They don't have to, and he doesn't care whether they do or not. Would you please introduce Professor Sagata Mitra, who's live on the line from Calcutta, and we'll cut to him when you've convinced me we should.
Well, listen, I'm honoured to do so because there are very few people, I think, who share my passion and Gary's passion that the learners can lead this. And we've seen it in spades so often, but I don't think anybody's demonstrated it with more aplomb than Sagata. And he's done such cool stuff from the hole in the wall to the granny cloud and onward. And he's just been a superstar at getting the message out there. Nobody ever believes it. They always say, yeah, that's, kids agency. That's probably 12 kids and you ask him about the toilets. But he and I and Gary and 2.2 billion children know that student agency is about letting them show us how good they can be. And he's been a mega star at all that. And so, I'm off to have lunch. Sagata, I'm just off to have lunch with the grandchildren. They've been nagging me. They had it ready at 1:30. So I'll come back and tell you what I had. But mate, it's really good to see you. High five. And how's Calcutta? Is it good? Are you keeping safe?
Oh yes, yeah. Oh yes. We We're in the middle of our mild winter. It's 36 degrees and everything's fine.
36 degrees is not winter. That's
it's bloody hot. That's what I mean.
You can only describe that as an extended summer.
So you get two of the biggest brains in the world in a room together for a conference, and all they do is talk about the weather. Stephen, go and have your lunch. I know that's what's really on your mind. Thank you so much. We'll see you later on.
Good to see you. See you later.
Are you coming back, Stephen, do you think? Oh, he's gone. He has gone.
Yeah, I've only got till 3, but I will be back before then.
That's fine. Bless you. Thank you. Sugata, thank you so much. It's wonderful to see you here, and really I'm honoured, and I know you've heard all that before. I always remember when, gosh, I went to Sunderland and Newcastle, and I worked with a school that I'd met through a teacher who I'd seen speak, and you introduced me. I went in and did a session in there, and you came in, and I had my little Steamco drop truck. And and you said, how does this work? I said, well, we give all the parents instructions, and the parents and teachers collaborate and work with the teacher. You said, look, Nick, just put the truck in the middle of the playground, give the kids the key, and go and have a cup of tea and see what happens. And I've never been brave enough to do that, but I've always been inspired by that. It's lovely to have you here. Can I introduce you also to Gary Spracken, who's one of our brave teachers? He's going to be here, and maybe you guys can have a conversation after you've given us a few words, if that's okay.
Sure. Tell me a bit about the timings, Nick. How are we doing for time?
Well, I've put £3 coins in the electricity meter, so you can talk as long as you like, Sugata. Right. I'm all ears, but I'd have thought 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, whatever, and we can have a conversation. I'm keen to make it as interactive as we possibly can, if that's okay.
Absolutely. In fact, I look forward to Gary's reaction to what I want to say. It was good to hear him to hear you actually say that if you haven't taught in a school, that doesn't mean you can't talk about teaching in a school, you know. And I thought, gosh, okay. I'm safe. Well, I haven't taught in a school, no, but I have been to thousands and thousands of them, and I've met, I don't know, a million children or something like that. Anyway, you know, when I looked at your event and I saw how much of a discussion you're going to actually have about the pandemic, about children, and about learning, which I felt very happy about, because you know, you didn't say education, you said learning. I wanted to hear that. And so you've all been through all of that. So then I thought, well, what can I add? What can I add to this? Well, here's what I'm planning to do. I'm planning to try and imagine the post-pandemic world. Okay, that's a big word for when the pandemic goes away. Of course, we all know that the pandemic's not going to go away. You know, it doesn't go black and white like that. It's going to taper on and on and on until perhaps the end of next year. And then it'll become a common cold or something like that, with a slightly higher mortality, and we will just learn to live with it. That's what's actually going to happen. But in the meanwhile, at some stage, schools are going to open all around the world. Many have already. Some have opened a little bit, some have opened completely, etc. What are they going to do? So I thought that in these 15 minutes, I'll just make a couple of points about what they could be doing. First point. So we've just been through this pandemic. over a year now, we're all quite used to doing three things: wearing a mask, washing our hands endlessly, and staying away from each other. The children have gotten used to it. The adults have gotten used to it. Amazingly, we've gotten used to it around the world. That's 7 billion of us. We got used to it, I hope. So, as the pandemic tapers downwards and as the schools open, I hear people talk about going back to normal. And I wonder what that means. What normal? Presumably 2019. Is that normal? Or 2018, is that normal? Or 1919, perhaps? I don't know. So we're going back. We're going back. Everybody says we are going back. That doesn't sound very nice, does it? You know, you want to go back? Whatever for. Anyway, time doesn't go back. I mean, time goes forward in the other direction. So let me give you the first of my thoughts. The first thought: when we finally do open, and all the schools are open, and all the children are going to school and everything, are we going to say to them, okay, now you don't have to wear masks. Now you can stop washing your hands. And now you can climb all over each other and hug and kiss as much as you like. That didn't make much sense, that kind of going back. How would it be if we retained these three key simple hygiene things which prevent infection of all kinds, reduces the probability of our catching an infection? Maybe my imagination, but in the last 1 year that I've been held up, stuck here in India, I have seen very few people catch a cold. Very few. Well, if what I'm saying is right, then maybe we should consider retaining the hygiene habits for our children. The only reason why we might not is because we might say, oh, that's going to look very odd. But remember, well, you won't remember, I will. In my childhood, in my adolescent years, it looked very odd if a man grew his hair. So let's not worry about looking odd, okay? Let's just think about the children. That's point one. Retain the hygiene habits. Point number two, teachers on the internet, teaching away in virtual space, creating classrooms in virtual space, handing out quizzes and exams in virtual space. And then saying, it isn't like the real thing. Well, of course it's not like the real thing, because it's not the real thing. There are things you can do on the web that will not look real in the classroom. We didn't do that. We tried to do things on the web that look real in real life and then complain about how it doesn't look real in virtual. You can't lecture because you don't know if the audience is paying any attention. Any good teacher knows that you have to look at the faces of the children. You can't do that if they're postage stamp sized little things on a laptop screen. So you can't talk and get away with it. But you can do something else. So when a teacher complains, I'm not getting engagement, I think, well, there's an easy way out, really simple method. Ask them something. Don't tell them something, but just ask them something. If you ask, a child has to say something. And you can't be disengaged and say something. You only learn that when you grow up, how to say something when you're disengaged. Children don't know that. So change the talk to ask. So what if the children say, but I don't know the answer? Then, well, that's where I come in. Because what I would do, all my life's work says, I would say, well, why don't you guys get on the internet and just talk to each other for 20 minutes or something? And let's see if you understand a little bit more than what you did just now. And then when they come back with whatever they found, you summarize. And they will listen to your summary because it's not your summary. It's their summary. Okay. So my second thought, instead of teach, learn, test, shall we try test, learn, teach? Put the test up front. You've got engagement. They've got to answer. Listen to the answers, give them the internet, give them some more time. Finally, you get up and you say, well, this is what you guys found. I don't know if that's the whole story, but shall we try another question? Okay. Not great insight from Sugata Mitra, okay? Socrates. So, just these two, and one more, because Gary is there, one more, I can't help put this into his head. Why do teachers have to belong to schools? Why does your science teacher have to be your science teacher from your school? Because when you're in your own school, your science teacher can't be the science teacher from Philippines, for heaven's sake, because that's very far away. But when you're on the internet, she can. So your teacher doesn't have to belong to your school. Your teacher can be anywhere, everywhere, wherever. Imagine millions and millions and millions of teachers available to every school, 24/7, because, you know, we are around the world in every time zone. Okay, I've spoken for long enough. 3 ideas. It's a very quick recap. Retain the hygiene habits. Turn the teach, learn, test into test, learn, teach. And thirdly, if you can dream, put all the teachers together into a cloud.
Wow, Murti Sugata, that's profound. I think everybody was hanging on every single word there. Gary, what are your thoughts hearing that? I mean, how incredible. Have you frozen? Is Gary gone? Oh, Gary's gone. He's frozen. We're not going to ask Gary what he said. He's gone.
It's Gary.
Are you there, Gary?
Oh, I thought I saw him smile.
Isn't it funny how you can look? So with this software, when somebody leaves the call, they just freeze. He's gone. I'm sure he was listening. He didn't think he was supposed to stay, probably. Sugata, I mean, absolutely fantastic. I just love the way that you managed to distill everything down in so simply and so concisely and make, I hate to say it because it's going to annoy a lot of people, you actually make it really quite common sense, don't you? And it is common sense at the bottom line. You're talking about evolving Granny Cloud. I always think of Nanny Cloud, but I think that's just a way of that's home help on the internet, really, Nanny Cloud, isn't it? As opposed to and getting your house clean. So you're looking to evolve Granny Cloud into Teacher Cloud, really, and not even Teacher Cloud, but maybe Coach Cloud or Collaborator Cloud or whatever the skills of this future teacher might be. Would that be a reasonable summation? So it's reevaluate what a teacher is and then stick them on the cloud, basically. Might that summarize it?
I think so. I think one way to put that would be for a school to say, I've hired 50 teachers and I have another 5 million available to me. Every school can say that. That's what I mean. And I'm looking at the idea of a kind of a website where you can find a teacher at any time of the day or night, a teacher who can deal with any subject or whatever. You can see if she's free or if she's teaching, or if it's a good time of day for her and so on. You could request her, hey, could you spend 30 minutes? We really need somebody to explain a little bit of geometry to class 6, something like that. There will be a way to do it, I'm sure.
Right, yeah. I mean, how has Granny Cloud been received around the world?
Well, the Granny Cloud actually has, at any given point in time, about 600 people in it, of whom about 60 or 70 are active. Active means they actually beam themselves into schools. The schools range all the way.
Oh, hang on.
From,
So the ratio.
India.
So when you say 60, you mean 60 grannies or 60 children? 60 grannies.
60 grannies.
Right.
60 grannies who are kind of actively dealing with children. And that 60 keeps changing with time. So maybe a few out of the 60 then drop out because of some reason. Then somebody else comes and joins in and so on. So it's a floating population.
I could see educational Twitter coming. Oh, Siddhartha Mitchell had $1 million, and all he's done is get 60 children on the internet. That's a rather expensive project, isn't it? Because you know what it's like. There'll be a whole load of people. They'd have nearly finished their tweet then, Siddhartha. So please don't tweet that, because you may have misunderstood it like I did. But because I know there are a lot of people who are very critical of you, Siddhartha. So I just want to get that quite clear, because I'll criticise you as well if you say something I don't agree with, and I know you'd welcome that.
Yeah, of course, of course. That's what I'm here for.
to be stress tested, hey? I'm sorry, carry on. I rudely interrupted. Sorry, Siddhartha.
No, I was just going to say that these 60 teachers, or grannies as we call them, kind of beam themselves into schools, actually in many places. Of course, India, which is where most of the schools started out with the Granny Cloud, but stretching all the way to, and I'm very proud of this, Greenland.
Wow.
Okay, we have a school in the middle of nowhere in Greenland. Oh, those children, they just love the idea of the Granny Cloud. The fact that a place where they had just one teacher that they could see every day has suddenly changed into a screen where they can get people from anywhere coming in. So in terms of the number of children that are affected, well, to make my critics happy, not such a huge sample, maybe, 1,000, maybe 10,000. Over the last 10 years that the Granny Cloud has been around, less than 200,000, I would estimate, children affected. Tiny numbers, but one has to start somewhere.
Absolutely. I mean, you'd want to be testing something like this and getting it right, wouldn't you? With a small cohort, really, and then take it from there. I'd have thought that makes perfect sense. Absolutely perfect sense. And you've moved on from Newcastle now. You're back in. Where are you today exactly? You're in Calcutta, did you say?
Yeah, that's because I haven't moved from. I have I live in Gateshead. I came to India last year during the winter, as I do on most winters. And then the virus struck and I got held up. And I couldn't find my way back. And I'm sort of still here, waiting for the waves of the pandemic to die down. The trouble is, every time it comes down in India, it goes up in the UK and vice versa. I'm just waiting for things to settle down and for me to be able to take a plane and not have to be quarantined in a hotel for 15 days.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that you are coming back, because I had the idea that
you bet.
I had the idea that you'd maybe sort of gone to retire somewhere, and your dream was just to work in the UK and around the world. Although apparently people in Newcastle University don't report seeing much of you. I think you're all over the world. MIT, wasn't it, for a while?
Yeah, that's right. I was traveling quite a lot. I retired from the university, and that's why the university doesn't see much of me. But a lot of schools do, and a lot of schools in England, all over the UK, including some really, really cool ones in the Isle of Man.
Oh,
there's the local government there has decided to put self-organized learning at the heart of their system.
Have they?
So things are happening. Yes, that's right.
So that was the pedagogy, for want of an older word and more boring and traditional word, pedagogy that was being used in that school in Newcastle. Now, excuse my ignorance. Who was that school? Because that lady was a fantastic teacher. I know she's moved on now, but I know she does a lot of running on Facebook. She wears me out when I see her. Who was that, Siddhartha? Remind me.
Well, there are actually two or three of them. But the person who started this whole thing, her name is Emma. And she, at that time, was working for a school called St. Aidan's Church of England Primary in Gateshead, which is where we invented the soul, and which is where actually the name SOLE was coined. She is now moved on to a nearby school, also in Gateshead, and I've moved out of the university. So we're both in different worlds, but still doing the same thing.
Fantastic. And so you're right. I was going to say you're still keeping in contact because you're still part of faculty at Newcastle, are you?
No, I'm not. I decided not to. I took retirement mainly because I didn't want to get a salary check for not doing enough work. So I figured that it's better if I can do my own thing without having to actually ask. So I'm working on a number of things, not all on education, but it's a different life. It's a freer life.
Well, that's got to be a good thing. I'm sure you've worked hard enough to deserve that. Well, it's been lovely to connect with you. Aaliyah, are you still here? Let me just zoom out and see if you're over. Are you still over there? Did I mute your audio for a moment? No, I didn't. Are you still there, Aaliyah?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So Siddhartha, Aaliyah is a young lady who runs a project. She was very concerned about school funding. And for me is the epitome of a young person and agency and realizing her potential, using her voice to do what she can. Aaliyah, why don't you tell Siddhartha about your project, and he might be able to give you some perspectives or some ideas. He's done that for me. I haven't had the courage to do what he suggested I do yet. But this is your rare chance. I mean, Siddhartha Mitra, 7 years ago, won $1 million from the TED Talks people for the Granny Cloud, and as you've heard there, he's deployed it one step at a time. It's a cautious approach, but it's successful. What? Tell me about your project.
Well, now and trying to get the correct funding for schools across the UK.
Just 1 second. So, just 1 second. Is that breaking up for you, Siddhartha, as well? Or is it just for me? Can you hear her?
It's
okay?
frozen on my end.
Have you frozen at your end?
Yeah. Not anymore. Now you come out.
Could you hear her okay, Siddhartha?
I can hear her in snatches.
Yeah, I'll say it was.
She freezes and.
Yeah, so I've just had a message that the sound is chopping. Let me just check the internet. We have had some internet problems. I've got a PC here that is running at the GPU in it is running at 99%, which is flat out. So what it does, it drops audio. So I wanted to make sure. Okay, it's not that. Let me just do a quick speed check because the internet does come and go. Just make sure I'm not. Just make sure I haven't flipped onto my Wi-Fi by mistake. Actually, in fact, it'd be a good idea to turn Wi-Fi off, wouldn't it? Hang on a second. Sorry, guys. I'm going to turn Wi-Fi off. I hope that just doesn't disconnect us. No, we're still connected by the look of it. So that's that. I've got a rubbish Wi-Fi connection. Aaliyah, could you speak again?
Yeah, do you want me to just start talking about the project, or
I've got a horrible feeling it might be your end actually. Siddharth, are you hearing me clearly?
I can hear you clearly, and I suddenly find Stephen has reappeared.
He has reappeared. I'm just checking this audio. Leah, it might. I'm concerned it might be your Wi-Fi. Are you able to plug a wire into your laptop? Have you got a wired connection, or you were just Wi-Fi only?
I can see.
Just Wi-Fi only, I think.
Hang on a second, Stephen. You're sounding okay now, actually, Leah. Try that again.
I said I don't have a Wi-Fi. We just it's I don't know, Bluetooth sort of thing.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit. Okay, let's just have one go. Just to see if you can tell Siddharth about your project, and we'll see how we get on.
Okay, so reshaping our education is about, in a way, changing how our education system is at the moment. Due to the funding from schools, a lot of them are having to cut subjects, resources, teachers, and it's then stunting the development of children, as it's not allowed to reach out into these different areas and curriculums because not all schools are able to keep them on or keep them there. And pretty much what we're trying to do is raise the awareness of problems faced by schools, and hopefully in the future see the correct funding being put back into schools so they can develop the students to their fullest potential, because they do have a right to have the education to develop them for where it's all widespread and they can go into any pathway and curriculums. But due to the government's lack of funding and support, they're not able to do this. So currently we're working in.
So what you're saying, you are chopping up a little bit, Leah. So let me just give that to Siddharth, and then he can maybe give you some perspectives. So Siddharth, Leah is obviously concerned about school funding. She's running a project called School Funding for Schools, which is a very bold and ambitious project. I mean, a lot of people just laugh in her face for doing something as bold and brash as that. What would your advice be to any young person that's got a big idea? What would your three things seem to come in threes with you, hopefully. So what 3 pointers would you give her? What three suggestions would you make for Leah to with which she might embrace that's the change she needs to make that happen?
Well, I wish there was a standard formula, but there isn't. But here is what sometimes works. If you have an idea, then if you can make it work once somewhere, then people will listen, and then they will say that, oh, she did it only once, so it doesn't mean anything. Don't let that worry you, okay? Do it one more time. And then they'll say, well, she's just done it twice, and it doesn't matter. And so on and so forth, until you get to a point where you can publish something and say that this works. So if you're making a proposal for funding, for example, you've got to be able to predict what the result of that funding or change of funding will do. And then over a period of time, you've got to show that that prediction was correct. Okay? It's a bit of a catch-22, because you might say, well, until I get my funding, how can I prove or disprove something? Which is why I'm saying, do it in small scale, do it at a tiny scale. That's also okay. Get the criticism and then repeat those small steps over and over again. But you've got to be able to say, I got an idea and I tested it.
That's good advice, isn't it? And try things. Stephen, yes.
I think I'd also add to that sometimes the people you need to convince aren't the ones you think you need to convince. If you look at the history of health, they used to make people better by bleeding them. They would cut you and bleed you, and they by bleeding, it got rid of the humours in the body, and that way it made you better. Of course, it didn't, but that was what they were committed to doing. And the surgeons were judged by the number of times they could bleed a patient, not by whether the patient got better or died. So the good doctors would bleed you 15 or 20 times before you died. And everybody was, oh, he did very well, you know. But it turned out that somewhere over there, somebody was discovering hygiene, and that, for example, they realized that if you washed your hands between working on a dead body in the mortuary and working on a live body in the hospital, the live body was less likely to die. They didn't quite understand what was happening, but they realized washing your hands between the mortuary and the hospital made a lot of lives change. But it was 50 or 60 years before people stopped doing the bleeding. They just kept on doing it because this is what we know. We are bleeders, you know, that's, and they kept on doing it. And there was a whole, you know, they had diagrams of if you bleed people on the wrist or in their elbow, it affects this part of your body or the other part. There's a whole lot of pseudoscience behind it. And they were never going to be convinced. Those people had bought in to bleeding, and that's what you weren't going to talk about it. However, talking to the people who were running the hospitals, for example, or talking to the patients, they knew very quickly that they'd sooner have hands washed than hands bled. And now, of course, if you look at a barber's pole in most high streets, they have a pole with red and white stripes around. That represented the blood and the bandages, because the barbers were the ones who were doing the bleeding, because they had sharp razors. That's why they did it. So in the end, they just ended up doing haircuts, and the rest of the world over here ended up doing health. But if you'd have spent your life trying to persuade the bleeders that you were right, they would never believe you, because to believe you, they have to say everything that they believed in the past was wrong.
Is that where bleeding hell came from, and you damn bleeders? And is that where bleeders came into the vernacular? Do you think?
Well, I do occasionally talk about education administrators as a bunch of bleeders, but that may be an entirely different.
Stephen, you've got a project. I know we've just asked Aaliyah to ask Sugata what he thinks of her project. Stephen, you've got a little project. You've got a scrap of paper kicking around somewhere, which has got your project on. Would you explain your new innovation to Sugata and see if you think there's any chance of you winning $1 million for that? Because it seems to me the simple ideas are the best, and the simple ideas seem to be the ones that get the money.
Yeah, I know. I'll never get $1 million. I'm not good enough for that. There's a wonderful quote from Tesco after we did the Tesco project. They were Guinness Book of Records, the biggest internet project in the world, and they said, Stephen Hebble could be a very wealthy man, but he's decided to devote his life to children and learning. My kids are always showing me that at Christmas. Look, Dad, you could have been a wealthy man. So I don't think I'm going to get very wealthy, but I'm kind of happy. So,
well, we got wealthy because you didn't. That's got to be good, isn't it?
Well, as long as somebody does, I don't mind. But this is a cute little project, really, Sugata. It'd be close to your heart. So I got fed up with all these people talking about children falling behind, being the lost generation, needing to catch up. There was some hideous thing on the BBC saying children's income would be £40,000 a year less because they hadn't been doing, blah-de-blah doing lockdown. I mean, let's be honest, most people won't even earn 40,000, so you can tell that was some wealthy BBC newscaster, but I got fed up with it for two reasons. One is because it was wrong.
Have you got a sock over your microphone, Stephen?
I don't know. Is that better?
That's much better. You put a sock over it, didn't you? Yeah, thank you. I'm glad we got that sorted out. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so one reason why I didn't like it was because it's wrong. We've seen kids do so many amazing things, anecdotally, but across social media. Even when kids are doing things that aren't good for them, they think they still turn out to be good, like looking after 3 siblings for a year whilst your mum holds down 3 jobs on 0 hours contract. That's hard work, but it's very good for you. But the other reason I didn't like it because of the damage it does to children's self-esteem and their mental stability. Really, if every time you turn the radio on, it said anybody from the Indian subcontinent was falling behind, was a loser, was going to be, you would be stopped from doing that because it's hate speech. But people seem to be allowed to do that to children. So what we've done is a simple thing. We've said to kids, go to this URL, and the URL is epple.net/golden, and it will ask you who you are, Siddhartha Mitra, what your email is, siddhartha@mitra.com or whatever, and then it asks you, what are some of the things you're proud of you've been doing during lockdown? And then it generates for you this dirty great big certificate that confirms that you are a member of the golden generation and you are incredibly valuable and precious, just as the post-war generation of Vivienne Westwood and Paul McCartney and whoever else were, those folk that were born during the war suffered all the horrors of the war and then went on to be some of the most ingenious, wonderful people that rebuilt the world after the Second World War. So I'm saying to this, like, here you are, 75 years on, it's you're the golden generation. And the certificate itself actually is covered with all the things we'd seen on social media that kids have been doing. It's like a Where's Wally thing, there's just a mass of people. And Tom Smith, my great friend, we've worked for years together. He did the cartoons. And when you turn the certificate over, and what you get in the post, in the email, you get a PDF of the certificate with your name, your statements of all the cool stuff you've done, and a count to tell you, all your certificate number 1000 or whatever. And then just print it off and put it on your wall. And so many people have given it to their kids, and their kids have got it on the wall. Talking to somebody last week, their kids got it framed on the wall, hanging over their beds. And when they go to bed, they say, that's us. We're that golden generation. They kind of go to sleep with a nice smile on their face. So it's a lovely thing. It's free. There's no charge. There's no advertising. We don't keep the emails. They're all GDPR binned. So there's no money to be made out of it. We've got no budget for marketing or anything like that. It's just passing around by word of mouth. And it's all gone a bit viral. So lots and lots of people are doing it. I sit here and watch the database go past of all the things people are saying they've done, and I cry. It makes me cry. There's so much good stuff kids have done. It's just, tears running down this old face to see such resilience and such ingenuity. It's a lovely thing.
It's a wonderful
project. So if you've got kids around you, apple.net/golden is the URL. There's a Spanish and an English version. Haven't done any other languages yet, but we will.
So, Siddhartha, what can we have some peer review of this, please? Conceptually.
Well, what can I say? This is pure Heppel. I mean, this is what I was expecting.
Yeah, it is.
It's simple. It's simple. It's straightforward, and it's positive. Okay, you could also have had simple, straightforward, negative, which is quite popular these days about children. Oh, we know them.
Yeah.
They're just wasting time, that kind of thing. So, so as a counter, simple, straightforward, positive. All I can say is, we need more of those. We need many more of those so that children begin to understand that they are at an advantage. They are at an advantage to the rest of us, not at a disadvantage. If we constantly berate them, if we constantly tell them how they should have been like the people of the 20th century, then we are not going to get a golden generation. We know that. So what can I say as a peer reviewer? I would say it's the right shot, and we need more.
Brilliant.
Yeah, thanks for that. I like to characterize this as learning has escaped. It's escaped from the the buildings and the curriculum and the structures and the strictures we built around. And the kids have gone with it. They've all kind of legged it under the wire and they're off somewhere. And if we're sharp, we can keep up with them. If we're not, and I'd say to Elia, every single time you hear a politician saying, we must get you back into school, we must get you catching up, what you can be sure of is that they had the wrong sort of education, because they're literally unable to see the advantage of the experiences you've had. All they can imagine is getting you back into school, sat at that desk, facing in that direction. Made me laugh when COVID first struck. Some of our schools over here all put the desks in rows and had the kids facing the teacher again. I mean, which is, you know, if you look at the science, it's the very opposite of what you should do for aerosol amination, because every child in the class is talking straight at the teacher loudly, and you actually couldn't design a worse or more dangerous way to lay the room out. They did it because all they knew was, let's go back to what we used to know. So, you know, Elia and the other kids listening to this, every time you hear somebody saying, must get back to where we were, must get back to normal, must get back to ... you know that you have the advantage on them, because you have seen variety, you've seen the certainty of uncertainty, you've seen the constancy of change, you've greeted it with a resilience and an imagination that they do not have. And every time you hear them say that, you go, ha ha, gotcha, we've got the advantage here. And you have. You absolutely have. You are that golden generation, and it won't come around again for another 75 years. I'll be dead by then, so I'm really enjoying watching you guys go.
Aaliyah, those are bold
Fantastic.
words to you. What do you think about that, Aaliyah? We're going to finish in 2 or 3 minutes now. I've got something very special, hopefully, for all of you. Aaliyah, what do you think, Aaliyah, from what you've seen from two of the most celebrated, respected, and creative people in the world of education? What are your thoughts?
It's been great to listen to them both talk about their experiences and their views, and giving pointers is a great thing, and I've jotted a lot of them down, and I'm really thankful for that, and appreciate it a lot. And I really respect both of you in what you've done, and it's been great to talk to you today.
Well, thank you for...
Yeah, and it's been ditto. You know, the things you've chipped into the conversation have been really useful little insights. It's been a great conversation across the board for everybody, really. I don't know how Nick's kept going, because he's had about 1 minute of sleep in the last 48 hours, and he was bonkers before that. So imagine what he's like now, you know.
Sleep is for
It's been
wimps.
really enjoyable to hear from everybody.
They're just a couple. I mean, Sagata, final thoughts from you, Sagata, before I just wrap it up. I'd just like to sort of show you something very quickly after you've maybe said your last few thoughts.
Well, yes, I mean, first of all, I want to just repeat that we're not going back to normal, because we were not in a very normal situation. We didn't come from normal, so we can't quite go back to normal. We've got to go forward. This is one of the biggest opportunities that any generation has ever had. It's changed education more in 1 year than, you know, people like me who talk a lot all the time have managed in 20. That's how fast the virus was. So if I could speak to the children, like Stephen did, I would say you may not even realize what an opportunity you have. Grab it and tell them that you know best.
Yep. So, Nick, I don't think anybody's got around to thanking you properly for doing all this. You pulled all sorts of people together. Some of it's been last minute, some of it's been planned. The technology has been interesting. But, you know, doing all this from a cardboard cathedral in the middle of a city that was bombed flat 75 years ago is a really brave thing to do, and doing it on the back of creativity and art and ingenuity and the quality of the folk you've brought into this. Been absolutely, and they haven't come in, we haven't come in to do other than be excited about what you're doing. It's been really interesting for me and everybody else, I think. So when you get a chance to pat yourself on the back about 30 hours from now, do it with vigor, because you've done good here, mate. You've done good. Oh, we can't hear you. You've done good up to this point. Now it's all blown. You know.
Well, I was trying to stop that whistling, you see, because Sagata was doing such a good job, and I've actually spoken a few times, and you haven't heard a word. That's fine. Thank you for saying such lovely things without me asking. That's wonderful. I mean, 10 years ago this year, I went to a festival called Camp Festival, and I saw creativity in a field, and I thought, I want that in my boys' school, because that's what middle class guardian reading dads like me with sharp elbows do. And the head teacher said yes. She embraced the idea. We got the community and parents, teachers. Very few people would support or back me. I had no idea the hostility that standing beside the words of people like Sir Ken Robinson, Sagata Mitra. I mean, there are awful tweets out there. One guy had an avatar that said creativity is for people with glasses who lie. So I've got fake glasses just to prove that point. There are people out there who like to sort of call the sort of nicknames the behavior czar, which is a rather bizarre kind of concept. And I've branded myself the behavior star, because I've got a baseball cap that says Obey and the Posse. And I'd like to think that you two are in my posse of behavior, as we've seen from Gary Spracklin today. Behavior can come from young people being inspired and engaged and inspired to learn, as he says. I'd spent many years trying to sort of shoehorn the idea of creativity, and people say, well, what's this creativity thing? So I thought, I'll tell you what, I'll go really simple. I'll pick a word, a 3-letter word called art, and try to position art. And Seth Godin gave me a lovely phrase. He said that art is what we call it when what we do might connect us to somebody else. Your art could be like Grayson Perry wearing a lady's clothing, throwing cakes at people. Your art could be painting. Your art could be photography. Your art could be dancing. Your art could be design. Your art could be DJing. Whatever it is you want to be passionate about. This plays to Ken Robinson's idea of the element. Victoria Beckham's a fashion designer. Her husband's a footballer. When kids put their hands up when you talk about football, but how can we make football interesting and engaging for reading, for literacy, for management, for business, for technology? The art of cooking, the art of coding, inspiring kids to learn these skills. The art of rockets. I won't bore you with those stories. The art of rocket, Stephenson's rocket. Sagata in Sunderland, I was there for an event where we actually found that cardboard model of Stephenson's rocket literally in a skip. A steam engine built by a young lad from Newcastle who was illiterate until the age of 14, working in a coal mine, who saved the money to learn to read. Because he could read, he got a better job and ended up inventing the steam train. I mean, this is just remarkable stuff. The art of robots, all this sort of stuff. Many years ago, my dad gave me the ultimate gift. My dad gave me some of his time, what I tend to think of as the greatest gift. My dad gave me a train set. And that's me when I was 1 with my first ever train set. My dad showed me how to use my imagination. And as a result of that, I believe he gave me the greatest gifts. He gave me some of his time. He gave me stories to tell today, and he gave me my art as an engineer. And I can't thank you guys enough for your support, because Sagata, you stood by me 7 years ago and joined my board, and I've been very grateful for that. And I'm now going to play a little video for both of you, which shows to me what art is. Because for me, art is the power of creativity, tools, and people. And a tool or technology is only a tool that's been invented since you were born, as we know. And this weekend, we've built this Coventry Cathedral from cardboard. We've used creativity, we've used technology to bring that to life. And what I'd like to do now is to show you that cathedral literally coming to life and showing what we can do with the technology that is at our disposal and how we can inspire young people not just to aim high, but to aim higher than high. My dad found a book called Rocket Boys, and he gave that book to me, and it's the story of 4 boys who learned to make rockets and ended up working for NASA and reached really, really high. I'm going to flick through this, but I think we're just about to launch this rocket. This is the long version. It's about 30 seconds away. Whoops.
35 seconds and counting. We are still go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. Came out at 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. Came out at 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Tower clear. We got a roll program.
And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. The touchdown brings me right again to find another man that think I am at home. No. I'm a rocket man.
I'm not the man they think I am at all. I'm just a dad who does his best. And that was inspired by this cardboard model made of Coventry Cathedral with the rocket firing out of here by Darrell Wakelam, who's an amazing inspirational creative. He doesn't do technology. It's taken him a year to get online. And as I said, that was inspired by a book about 4 boys making rockets. I'd never written a book. I wrote a book with 9 short stories in it. But I just want to finish with one book by a head teacher in Sussex who rides around that school in a quad bike. He's got 4 buffalo. Mike Fairclough wrote this book. And the title of this book is Embracing Childhood Traits in Adulthood. We spend all our time trying to teach kids to behave and be like adults. And in fact, what we need to be doing just as much is teaching adults to be like kids. And in this book, he says you need a creative life. If you live a creative life, you could be grateful. But being grateful, it's proven you'll be happy. And if you're happy, you'll be lucky. And I'm the luckiest person in the world with 2 of the cleverest, most inspiring people in the world with me today. Thank you both very much. It's been fantastic. Sugata, I've kept you for an hour. I'm very sorry for that. But can't thank you enough for your support. And there you go. You've just seen Coventry. We haven't blown the roof off Coventry Cathedral. We've just blown the tower into space, and it's on its way to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos' stuff in space. Thank you, Sugata. I'll see you again very soon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for
Cheers,
having
old friend.
me.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Sugata.
Good
Well,
to see you.
Thanks,
See you,
then.
Stephen.
Bye-bye
Bye-bye
now.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, Stephen, thank you so much for your support as well. A little bit of fun there.
Oh, lots of fun. And I'm here to tell you lunch was good as well. The kids had pushed the boat out of it all, and some of it was warm. It was good, you know.
Well, it's been lovely to connect with you. I mean, we first met, 5-6 years ago in St Ives at the Mounts Bay Community School Academy Trust, didn't we? Remember that?
Yeah.
Ironically, the setting of the next G8, is it, or G5 or G6, whatever they are, summit, just down the road. Thank you, Stephen. Any thoughts? Any final thoughts before I let you go?
No, it's been a good day. Kids are on top, and you know, it's been really good to have such a wise student with us all day as well. It's just been fab. And don't forget, keep the pictures, put them on your UCAS form. You will walk into any university you like with today's experience worn on your sleeve. And if you don't, I'll phone them up and give them a hard time. So that's a promise.
I'm inclined to agree.
Cheers.
Actually.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Bye-bye now. Cheers now. Take care. So, Aaliyah, what are your thoughts on that then today?
It was incredible to be a part of it all, and to talk and hear about so many things from different people or different backgrounds, even if it's just slightly, and to actually see art, and that and what you've done today is absolutely incredible, and what you've done over the the weekend. And I've dipped in and out of bits when I can on my school days, and it's been incredible to watch. And you should definitely be proud of yourself for what you've done. And I do hope to work with you further in the future as well on this too, with Steam & Co.
Well, no, that would be fantastic. I'd love to do that at some stage. Yeah, and we can sort of take it one step at a time. So you've got an 18th coming up, I think, haven't you?
Yes.
When is that?
It's on the 4th of March.
So 4 days. So you're 18 this week.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. What you so are you still doing exams? I can't remember. You're in upper 6th, aren't you? Year 13.
Yeah, I recently found out I do the ICP, and they've just released that they're cancelled. So it's all coursework and internal assessments. But when I go back, I have a controlment for criminology to do.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, you're a bright spark. You're here, and you stood out from the crowd, and it's been a pleasure to share it with you. And it's been really, really useful. We've got an evening tonight. We're doing fire pit chats at 7 o'clock till 8 o'clock. Hopefully Monique's going to join us for that, and then an open mic. So if you know anybody who's interested, who'd be interested in getting involved in that, then they'd be very welcome. I'm absolutely shattered. It's 3 o'clock. Gosh, I don't know where the time goes. I really don't. It's supposed to be 10 till 1 this event, but we were an hour late starting. I just want to finish very, very quickly. Actually, I mean, we're doing this. We're here in the City of Culture this year, Coventry. It should have started in January through to December, obviously because of the virus. They delayed the start until May. Next year is the national. Have I talked to you about? Did you know about the Festival of Creativity next year? The national festival. Did you know about that?
I think I know about it, not in depth though.
So basically, the government next year are running a project called Festival UK 2022. That's the code name for it. I think they'll probably rebrand it as Together or Tree Hugging or something sort of creative and inclusive. And basically, it's a national festival to celebrate the power of creativity to fuel the economy and create jobs and to connect communities. It's also been called the Brexit Festival because people feel it's what they call art washing, using art and creativity to cover over political unrest or austerity or political strategies, and they're very, very valid concerns. There are concerns around the hostile culture towards people coming from other countries. Lots of people are seizing this, and they're doing what I call weaponizing it. They're using it to suit their agenda. Yeah. And there are lots of political issues at the moment: the woke campaigns, the gender politics, the Black Lives Matter, which are very, very important causes. They're very worthy. But when somebody seizes it to suit their agenda, whether it's hard right or hard left, a lot of people think, oh, I don't want to get involved in that. I don't want to be pushed into a hole that doesn't suit me. So I'm not going to get involved. And then what happens is that people don't talk about Black Lives Matter and gender politics and these so-called woke issues. What are your thoughts around a festival of creativity and innovation for Britain, even if it's nicknamed the Brexit Festival? Do you think it sounds like a good thing?
I think it does sound like a good thing. Not so much it being weaponized stuff, but the fact that it will bring a lot of people together and unite people's work and people's views and opinions. That would be a really great thing because we've not been connected as much in person or seeing people or talking to other people. So to have a festival, hopefully when this is all calmed down and it won't be there anymore, to come together and actually connect in person again will be something that will be great to see, and hopefully I can get involved in.
Well, I'd be very keen to work with you again. I mean, it's been great to talk to you and sort of see you on the screen here and work with you in this capacity. I mean, it's a shame you're working out actually, because I could do with a bit of help for the next few weeks. But what we'll do is we're always on. We've got to apply for more grant funding now. And what I'll do is, if we get some more grant funding, if you'd like to come and work with us for a month on a paid internship basis, I'd be happy to consider that. Would that be something you'd be of interest to you?
Yeah, definitely. That would be something interesting. I love the group and the focus and the motive behind it, and actually connecting kids with their art, people with their art as well.
Well, all I'd say is you better put an application in at some stage, and it better be good, and it better mention today. You've had lots of tips today, and you've heard from
it's been great.
You've heard from two of the most famous professors in the world who very, very, very respected, and they're people who could sort of help you very much on your way. What advice would you have for any young people out there at the moment in terms of, their mental health is low and, these are very challenging times? What would your advice be to them at this time?
It links back to creativity because it is proven to help mental health. Try express yourself. You can. And as you've shown through this, it can honestly be any. So if you want to design something, you want to engineer something, for it be Lego, drawing, anything at all, just take that opportunity. Don't be scared to do it. Don't let your experience hinder that. Everyone's art is their own way. And art definitely helps me relieve stress. When I feel stressed, I draw, and that helps a bit. And I would definitely recommend, if you haven't given it a try, do something creative, and that will definitely help.
The only thing I would say is don't pigeonhole art as just drawing and things, as we heard yesterday, that has a tangible output. Try and think of art in the broadest possible way you can. I think that's very important.
Yeah, because your art can honestly be anything you want it.
No, absolutely. Well, I'm just going to I'm going to wrap up now, I think, and might go and have a cup of tea or a beer with Malumba. In fact, we should get Malumba on, actually. Malumba, where should we get you on, Malumba? Where's Malumba? He hasn't got a link, has he? I'm going to send. Should we get Malumba on? Have a bit of a chat with him very briefly. Now I just need to make a little link for him. So, what do you think of my technology then? Shall I show you my tech? Would you like to see how this works? If I can get that little demo of that working, would you like that?
Yeah.
Does that sound of interest? Well, first thing I've got to do is I'm going to create a little link from Malumba. Although he's just sent me a message, to see, he might say, "Don't ring me now." No, he's not at home at the moment. He's just had to nip round the corner, but he might be back in a minute. I'll see if I can demonstrate what we've got here. So I've got a little GoPro here, which seems to be one of the best options I've got for getting something up. So a year ago, I had never ever done any video streaming, any live streaming at all. I've done next to nothing. Well, I don't even know if I'd used Facebook Live, to be honest with you. Okay, I can't get that out because I got the plug-in. And and this has been a very tough project actually for me over the years, because it's very difficult feeding your family when you're doing things like this. And I've spent a lot of savings, and I remortgaged and bits and pieces like that. And then started getting speaker opportunities and doing keynote speeches, which you can get paid quite a lot of money for actually. So it's a good way of doing what you love and making a bit of money from it. And then the virus hit, and all my speaker work was cancelled. And basically what I went to one organization who hadn't actually cancelled just yet, an organization called LGFL, which is run by an amazingly flamboyant character and very driven and very, very morally absolutely on the spot, John Jackson. And I managed to, sort of guy you'd never ever get in front of because he's so busy, but because there was nobody around, I cycled to his office in Liverpool Street and met him. I said, "Hey John, how about getting some super cool tech, and we could run the conference that you wanted me to do the keynote at. We could do it online with people, what I'm doing here, green screen, this, that, and the other." They said, "Yeah, brilliant." And I found a system. It was £40,000, this system. I hadn't realized it was going to be so expensive. And there's no way he was going to give me that. I didn't even ask. But I found a system, a vision mixer, where basically you have 8 channels of video, so different cameras and laptops. And I got this mixer, and that was £1,000. And John gave me the money to get it off the ground. And basically, I built a little studio and put some green screens up, and I managed to live stream, and it was a disaster the first few, and I've had awful experiences, and people have really fallen out with me because it's gone really badly. And then I got invited by a fantastic chap actually called Ty Goddard. He's an educational technology expert. He's been working in politics and policy for many, many years, and he made the suggestion to me that he offered me the chance to go and speak at an event he was running. So I went on that, and there's a chap called Dave Conley on that, and he was using a vision mixing system. I thought, oh, that's interesting. And he told me what it was. And it told me it was this program called vMix. So I checked vMix out, and I thought, well, that looks quite easy and quite straightforward. But like all these things, it's never quite as easy as it looks. I think that's what people tend to say. And so, for example, that my Vision Mix is not seeing that little USB plug-in, is it? Which is a bit annoying, because I'd just like to demonstrate that to you. Okay, that's a bit annoying. So hang on, I'm going to plug it into that one down there. Hang on. So basically what I'm doing is I'm plugging, no, I can't do that because that's plugged into that. Now, why doesn't this want to work then? So this is a classic. I want to plug another video, cool, that's hot. I want to plug a video camera into my laptop. And I'm going to plug that in there and put that on there. And let's see if I can actually pull that camera in. And I'll give you a sneaky look at what's going on. No, it doesn't want to do that, does it? Is that going to work? Oh, maybe it's not going to let me. That's annoying. I've got these little dongles. I've got another one. Hang on a second. Have I got another one down here somewhere? Yeah, another one. Maybe that one's not working. Let's see if this works. So that lets you plug a video in one end and USB in the other. So I'll put that in my laptop and see if it works. Like that. And this is like if we went to a conference and I'd be showing you after the event. So this isn't an official conference. Everybody's probably gone now. And if they haven't, it doesn't matter. If they haven't, it means they're interested in seeing how this works. This can be a little training course, can't it? Yeah, it's not seeing that. It's not showing me. Oh. Well, in that case, I can't unplug that. That's a bit annoying. The only downside with my new system is I can only put two video cameras in without having this. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do that then. Well, I'll tell you what I can do. I'll tell you what I'll do. Look, this is how we do this. Right. No, that's not going to work either because that's okay. I'm going to have to show you some other time. I can't believe I can't show you because it won't see my camera. That's annoying, isn't it? So we have failed at the 11th hurdle by being able to demonstrate something to you. I'm sorry about that, Ali. We'll have to do it some other time.
No, that's fine.
What a loser. What a loser. On that note, I think I'm going to play my little closing video out. This is a film that sums up STEAMCO's year a couple of years ago. We met the culture minister. This is an example for you, a nice little lesson, if you like, of just going for it. I was invited to Coventry 2 years ago. Gosh, yeah, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was invited to Coventry by the Department of Culture where they were making an announcement. And I said, well, you have to pay my train fare because I haven't got any money. I mean, I'm really skint with this project. And they said, well, the government doesn't do that. But, you know, if you come along, we might be able to arrange for you to have some time with the minister. I said, well, great. And that was a chap called Jeremy Wright at the time. Matt Hancock had been the culture minister the year before. And I went, and it was only the day before I decided to go. So I went up there and I got some little postcards printed about art, what is art, and a bit about STEAMCO and something on the back. And because we had this thing called the Art Connects weekend we were going to do. And the minister, Jeremy Wright, stood up on stage and said, he talked about how the Department of Culture had collaborated with the health department for art in hospitals and what they call prescriptive social prescribing. He talked about how the Department of Culture had funded creativity and art projects in prisons with the Department of the Home Office. He talked about how the Department of Culture had funded drama lessons because he had a passion for drama in the Department of Education. And I called him the Minister of Collaboration, the art of collaboration. And that's a reference from a book actually by Richard Gerver, who wrote a book, The Education Manifesto. It's all about collaboration. And he inspired me, and I said, right, you've inspired me. I had an idea for this Art Connects weekend, but we're actually going to make it an Art Connects week. And in fact, that went so well, I made it the Art Connects 19, hashtag Art Connects 19 year. And at the end of the year, I had a very special phone call with a very special person who called me when I was in a hotel, in a school in Toxteth in Liverpool. And that man gave me an idea for Collaborate 20, which was last year, which is when the virus struck. But we collaborated with LGFL. We collaborated with the Arts Council, with all these organisations. We've collaborated with Google. We collaborated with Barclays Bank over the years. And this film tells that story of that year with a soundtrack that I just love. One of the most fantastic songs by one of the most fantastic people. And I'll never forget driving to Liverpool on a sunny Sunday afternoon and hearing this mix of this song as the sun came out, because I was headed to the Liverpool Disco Festival where I first
It
heard
might
this
not
song.
work, but here's the
Thanks for
thing.
being with us today.
The guy who invented
Thank you,
the
Leah.
ship also
See you all
invented
again
the
soon.
shipwreck. And either
Bye-bye.
you're in or you're out. Either you want to play this game or you don't. Art doesn't work because we did something conventional and predictable, and here it is industrialized, right? Art works because we connect.
So the festival that we will be organising in 2022 is a festival of creativity in its broadest sense. But what we're looking for is events that will help to bring people together and show the value of art.
An event like this is absolutely overdue for people from working class families where we've never had access to the arts.
I think this is amazing, and we should encourage Nick to do more of this so that we can connect friends through art. It's actually amazing.
Well, a lot of schools have taken music out of their curriculum, and I find that really important.
This book is going to change lives. There are 7 stories.
Keep doing what you're doing. I love your passion. Please keep doing what you're doing, inspiring the kids. I think it's great. Not enough parents spend enough time with the kids. They leave them on the iPads and things like that. And I absolutely love it. Keep doing what you're doing. I love your passion.
Boys will be boys, better let them have their toys. Girls will be girls, cute ponytails and curls. Must put an end to this stress and strife. I think I want to live that sporting life.
I'm going to make it happen for you, Nick.
I appreciate that.
Well, I'm going to make it happen for you because what you're doing is, in the end, absolutely brilliant.
I had the idea of getting a big screen to come here and celebrate. And I did a thing called a crowdfunder. I said to lots of people, I only gave myself 24 hours, and they said, you'll never do it.
One time for the Lord.
I think creativity is absolutely everything, you know, to secure the jobs for the future.
Niall, what does collaboration mean to you?
For me, collaboration is everything. So my whole life is a collaboration.